All right, everybody, if you could be seated, please. We're going to get started. So thank you for coming tonight and attending our February 22nd regular school board meeting. If you have an agenda, if you have one in front of you, our first topic, or item number 1 on the agenda is our strategies. Covers all 5 of them. Number 2 covers our face coverings policy. Number 3 is information where you can find this meeting viewed live, and also it will be linked to our website. And Casey, before we get going, I just want to make sure that Cassie is on. And Cassie, can you hear us? Yes. Okay. More to come on that, but I just want to make sure you could hear us so far. So with that said, this brings us to item number 4, call to order. And since Ms. Steves, who is our generally acting clerk, since she is out of town and participating, it's just not the greatest through technology, this piece of it. Mr. Bellingham is going to act as our clerk here tonight. So, Mr. Bellingham, will you please determine if we have a quorum present?
Mr. Chair, we do have a quorum of the number of members in the board present.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'd ask that everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bellingham. Thank you for leading us in the pledge.
You're welcome.
The next thing on item number 4 is, I need to read this due to policy. Clerk Cassie Steves, who is joining us online. She is currently located in Florida in a public location at Starbucks 2875 North Old Lake Wilson Road, Kissimmee, Florida. 34747 is the zip code. She will be a fully participating member tonight as a voting member in the school board meeting via Google Hangouts or Skype. So there she is. So welcome, Ms. Steves. With that, it brings us to item number 5, the approval of the agenda. Once again, if you have the agenda in front of you, we have a couple updates to make on here. And the first item that I want to call out is item 7A, which deals with the 8th grade orchestra performance, and item 7C, which is the Roosevelt presentation. We have moved those to a meeting in the future. We didn't know what the weather was going to be like, and so we didn't want to have kids and families on the road for the presentation if not knowing what that was going to be. So essentially what that means is item 7B, the No Child Hungry grant, will now become 7A on the agenda. The other item that I would like to point out is that we are going to flip-flop items 13 and 14. So item 13 on the agenda currently is other items of information. That's where the school board members and the superintendent speak. We will move that to item 14, and item 14, which is the student survey, will move to item 13. So I just want to point all that out. With that said, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson and a second by Mr. Bellingham. Any further discussion on this?
Mr. Chair, if I could have a point of clarification. So due to the remote viewing by board member Steves, do we do a roll call with every vote? Do we even like that? Okay.
Yes. Yep. Great question, and yes, we will do a roll call with every vote. Any other discussion on the approval of the agenda? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I believe we do the roll call.
Oh,
yeah, that's right.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay. Sean Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves.
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you for that. This brings us to item number 6, the school board public comment guidelines. I will just read this briefly, and then we'll get into the community comment session. This is an opportunity for residents, business and property owners, parents, students, and employees of the Faribault Public School District to address the board. You must sign up in person at the board meeting and address the board from the podium. Members of the public will address the remarks with civility and respect. After being recognized by the chair, each individual will identify themselves and the group they represent, if any. Please state your reason for addressing the board. This is not a time to debate an issue, but for the board to hear your comments. Public comment is not available at work sessions, closed sessions, or special board meetings of the school board. The Minnesota Government Data Practices Act prohibits comment about specific student or staff matters, even without naming them in open session. This includes the public comment portion of our meeting. The board respects and values input, but when it relates to a specific student, staff, or to a specific matter, such input must be heard by the appropriate personnel, such as the building principal or superintendent, and not during an open meeting of the school board. Anyone interested in making a public comment will be asked to complete an information card before the meeting starts, providing their name, address, and topic of their comment. All comments must conform to School Board Policy 206, which is available for review on the district website at www.faribault.k12.mn.us. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to make comments on one specific topic. Each topic will have a total of 15 minutes allowed for comments. With that said, Ms. Zavarell, do you have comments? And we will stay consistent with what we've done in the past. If we have more than 5 speakers that want to speak on a certain topic, we will randomly draw them out of this bucket here, and I'll hold them up high, or you can hold them up high, whatever it is, so that nobody sees names and anything like that. So we'll go from there. I do know that, Ms. Zavarell, we do have one community comment that a community member submitted last week, I believe, via email, and Mr. Bellingham is going to read that tonight. And that is regarding the mask policy. Okay?
So then these are the survey.
Okay, these are the survey.
Student survey, there's more than 5.
There's more than 5, okay.
Okay.
Why don't you,
And then this one is this, and there's only 1.
okay, thank you. Can you reach that high?
Not so high.
Okay. Okay, why don't we do this? We'll read them, we'll pull all 5 and we'll read them. Shari Anderson, you will be first regarding the topic of survey, okay? Second will be Julie Baines, if I pronounced that properly. Hopefully I did. Third will be Sarah Coulter on the survey.
I think it's going to be.
Fourth will be Kay Keller. Is that correct? Is Kay here?
She might be.
Ron/Kay Keller, that will be number 4. Okay. And Natalie Ginter on the survey. At the same token, when we ask you to come up and comment, we do have a Somali interpreter here, and so we will be having it interpreted as well, okay? So, why don't we do this? We will start with the survey. We'll do all 5 of those, and then we'll have Ms. Lilliquist come forward regarding the budget reductions, and then we'll have Mr. Bellingham wrap up regarding the letter regarding the mask policy. Okay, so with that, Shar, would you please come forward? Once again, we will time everybody to 3 minutes. We'll be consistent with that, and we'll do our very best, so we ask you to do your very best.
Chad,
Yes.
does the mask stay on? while
Nope,
I'm
you're fine.
speaking?
You're fine. Yeah, you can take it off if you want.
It's optional after school now.
Yep. This is for Shars? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to read this. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me and giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on the survey. You probably knew that. I believe that the whole survey itself is an invasion of privacy and totally inappropriate. But right now, I want to concentrate on the questions that deal with gender.
And maybe give Shar a little bit more time, Jack, just
Sure.
as the interpretation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is that right, Shar? He interprets what you're saying.
I'm sorry, say again? interpret while I'm talking?
Yeah.
You bet, feel free.
So just pause for a second and I'll interpret that you go ahead. Okay?
Got it.
And-
This might take a little
And
over 2
we're
minutes.
going to extend this for more than 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay? Yep, we want to be fair. What we'll try to do is keep all of this to 5 minutes if we can, okay?
Okay.
So we'll do our very best.
All right.
Yeah, saabiyada qolada maxay ka hadlaysaa saabiyada iyo aruurta maxaa la wadaa ninkiisa masoo ogaan iyaga naftooda arrintaas ma ogola so saabiyada you want to start again please
Okay,
start the survey
I've got this. So we're good.
okay
Go ahead, start.
Okay. Are you done? Should I continue?
no just start all over I'll just introducing what you know what you
Just
say.
start over.
start over.
Okay. Now, I don't know where you are in your spiritual life, but it really doesn't matter. God is God, whether a person believes it or not. And he says what he says, and he means what he says, and this is what he has to say about gender.
waxay ka hadlaysaa qofka aaminka ilaahay uu aaminsan yahay ilaahay wuxuu yidhi wax uu dhahay wuxuu u dhahaana waa ka dhab arrinta uu ka hadlay xagga oo jinsiyaddana waa arrin soo socota
Okay? God said, "Let us make man in our image, in our likeness. Let him have dominion over the fish, the sea, the birds, the air, the cattle, over all the earth." God created humans in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. And then God blessed them.
ilaahay waxay tahay markuu wax abuuraya nin kasta si uu abuuray nina naag uu ka dhigay nina nin uu ka dhigay marka wuxuu ku abuuraya ujeedadu kala asaga garanaya macnaha diintooda ay soo adeegsatay laakiin mabda'a muhiimka intaas waay markuu mabda'u kala asaga garanaya nina nin uu ka dhigay naag uu ka dhigay
And again, he created them male and female, and he blessed them and called them mankind in the day that they were created.
nin walbana sidiisuu ilaahay u nimceeyey macnaha maalin kasta nin la abuuray wuxuu dhahay adna maxaa tahay nin adigana maxaa tahay naag
And again, and Jesus answered and he said, "Have you not read, he who made them at the beginning made them male and female?"
macnaha diintooda adeegsanaysaa markuu nabi ciise wuxuu yidhi macnaha nin kastoo abuuran macnaha ilaahay uu ka dhigay kuna uu ka dhigay dumar uu ka dhigay kuna rag uu ka dhigay
And again, from the beginning of creation, God made them male and female.
haddana bilow markii la abuuraya ka saa loo nin walbana waxaa laga dhigay kuna waxaa laga dhigay lab iyo dadig macnaha
God has made it clear. As you can tell, he says it numbers of times that he created them male and female, and God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all churches.
macnaha ilaahay markuu wax abuuraya waxaa kaba khaldana ma wareersana wixiis waa cad yihiin wixii uu lab ka dhigay lab uu ka dhigay wuxuu dadig ka dhigay dadig uu ka dhigay
God says, "You were formed." We were formed in our inward parts. He covered us in our mother's womb. We are fearfully and wonderfully made. We are marvelous works, and every soul knows that well.
nin walbana ilaahay suu abuuray caloosha hooyadii asagoo jiro ku ilaaliyey banaanku keena cid kastana asagaa dadka kala saaray oo macnaha kuwana lab ka dhigay kuwana dadig ka dhigay laakiin nin walbana sidiisuu u qadiray oo ilaahay u qadariyey oo maarata uu ka dhigay siduu u uumay
God says that his eyes saw our substance as yet being unformed, and in his book they are all written, the days fashioned for us, while there was still none of them.
wax kastana waxay ka soo diintooda ka soo qodgareynaysaa macnaha bible ka soo qaadaysaa ayadahan kan kulli ay sheegayso macnaha waxay muhiimada ay leedahay maartay qofkii in laga dhiga dhab iyo lab iyo dadig ayay sii maartay sii faahinaysaa
God also says this, and I quote, "The wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness, who suppresses the truth in unrighteous, because what may be known of God is manifest, and God has shown it to them."
ilaahay qof kasta oo xaqa ka hor imaado xaq qariyana wuu nacladay dhahday xaqa lama qariyo xaqa waa in la garab istaago wax kasta oo ilaahay maarta uu uumay siduu ahaa in loo daayo waayo
Since the creation of the world, God's invisible attributes are clearly seen and understood by the things that he made in his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse.
awoodda ilaahay oo macnaha oo nagama qarsoono waan aragnaa wax oo excuse nama haysana wax kasta waa in sidiisa maartay loo raacaa awoodda ilaahay in la ogaado waa
And one final thing. The things that God created, the way that he created them, the things that he says are not meant to just be read in a private place, but to be lived out in the world, including our school system and our children is the world.
adduunkan wax kasta siduu yahay inay ahaadaan waa inkastoo ilaahay uu jinsigaada iyo labka uu ka dhigay wax kasta waa inuu si kasta si loogu talagalay u noolaado waa hatta markii iskuulka la dhaho cid kasta waxay tahay inay ahaato waa
So I ask you to take heed, because God also says this, and I quote, "Do not be deceived, God is not mocked, and whatever a person sows, that person will also reap."
macnaha koodka ay ku dhamaynaysa waxay leedahay waa inay ahaato ilaahay macnaha wax walba ka warhaya waa inay sidii maartay xaqaya la qarinin wixii jira in la sheego waa sidii ilaahay uu talagalay inaa ku noolaatiin waa
That's all I got. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson, appreciate it.
We'll go ahead.
Okay, the next person is Julie Baines. Ms. Baines? And if you don't mind, again, pausing at times for, awesome, thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Julie Baines, and I reside here in the district, although my children no longer attend the Faribault Public School System. The Minnesota Student Survey, as I'm about to speak about, as I understand, is to be given to 9th and 11th grade students here in this district.
Julie waa dhahday magaalada aan deganahay inkastoo ilmahayda weli iskuulka ay ka baxeen oo iskuulka ay dhiganin saafeedan aan ka hadli rabana waxay ku saabsan tahay saafeeda horta waa raay aruurin oo ilmaha laga aruurinayo taasna waxay ku saabsan tahay kalaaska 9aad iyo kalaaska 11aad high school waa
For those that haven't seen this questionnaire, let me sum it up for you. It is 113 multi-tiered questions.
dadka aan su'aalaha wali arkin inaan ii sheegaan rabaa su'aalaha waxay ka kooban yihiin 113 su'aalood oo choices leh oo choices waxa way macnaha kala dooranayso
Questions about what you eat, drink, how you take care of your teeth, physical conditions like asthma or mental problems you may have, what you do outside of school hours,
su'aalaha ku saabsan caafimaadkaada waxa cunto waxa cabto caafimaadkaada waxyaalaha aad samayso markii iskuulka laga baxo waxyaalahaas ku jiraan
if you make safe decisions like wearing a seatbelt or not texting and driving, because these questions, and I quote, help your community and school learn more about the lives and feelings of young people like you, end quote.
su'aalahan arkaysa waxa ku jira waxyaalaha oo safe decision oo qofku qaadan karo oo macnaha seatbelt in la xirto telefoonka inaan la isticmaalin waxyaalaha markii gaariga ka xaynayso oo kale su'aalahan oo kale waxay ka caawinaysaa iskuulka inay ogaadaan ardayda isay yihiin
There are also 7 questions on identifying your race, 9 on stealing or gambling, 19 on various forms of tobacco use and devices, 28 on using alcohol,
su'aalo kale ayaan waxa jiraan qofka daroogo ma isticmaala waxyaalahaas ka hadlayso su'aalo kale oo ka hadlaysa reeskiisa iyo jinsiyadiisa iyo meeshuu ka soo jeedo ka hadlayso su'aalo kale ku jiraan iyaga noocaas ah
9 on identifying your gender, 14 on sexual related questions, 34 on various forms of drug use, and 3 on self-harm or suicide.
su'aalo kale waxa ku jiraan iyagana qofka jinsiyadiisa laga hadlayo maxaa tahay ma laba tahay ma dhadiga tahay oo laga hadlayo su'aalo kale iyagana oo xagga caafimaadka la xiriiro oo suicide waxyaalahaas iyagana ay ku jiraan
Questions a patient may or may not feel comfortable answering when asked by their physician. What business does this district have with the answers? Is the data going to improve learning? I question, what is being taught in this school?
su'aalaha anaga iskuulka hadda aan weydiinayo waxa waayo su'aalahaas oo ilmaha la weydiinayo maxaa ka quseeyaa ayaan iskuulka weydiinaynaa teeda kale su'aalahaas noocaas iyo waxbarasho maxaa iska galay ay weydiinaysaa maxaa isku keenay
I understand parents, perhaps students, can opt out of taking this test. Well, what's the student who refuses the test learning while the others are taking this monstrosity survey?
waxaan ogahay waalidiinta in la siiyo option oo la leeyahay su'aalaan cunugiina hadduu rabin wuu iska dhaafi karaa haddii la dhaho ka warran cunugii diida ka warran oo markii ilmaan kale saafayda qaadanayaan see la yeeli waxbarashadiisa ka warrama.
Perhaps playing more games on school-issued electronic devices, I wonder. You should disclose how much funding you will get by cooperating with the state. Most parents are clueless about the funding that was received for following CDC's COVID safety measures. We know this district was paid to fall in line with them.
su'aalahan ay weydiinayso waxaa waaye macnaha lacagihii ay qaateen waxyaalahaas ka hadlaysaa covidka iyo iskuulka iyo waalidiinta iyo lacagahan oo dowladda ay siiso waxyaalahaas ay ka hadlaysaa.
Stop selling our children. This survey is another form of indoctrination to wedge our children between us as parents and their impressionable minds. Either promote teaching, not data collection, or resign your spot immediately. Oh, one more thing. Masks, child abuse. Shame on you for what you have done. Thank you for your time.
qoladan ay ku baxsantahay ayada waa ku ceebaysantiin waxaan noo haysin ma laha shaqadii iyo nii waa gabteen macnaha meesha iska casila camal ay leedano.
Okay, thank you. Next person is Ms. Sarah Coulter. If you would, please, yes, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
ku mahadsantihiin opportunity iyo fursadda aan siiseen.
My name is Sarah Coulter. I'm a parent in the district and an employee at Rice County Public Health.
waxaa la dhahaa magacayga saara la dhahaa waalid baan nahay oo ilmaha ay dhigtaan waxaana ka shaqeeyaa Rice County aan ka shaqeeyaa.
I'm here to address the board regarding Rice County Public Health's support of district participation in the Minnesota Student Survey, as well as our support for the regular course of process for individuals or their families to opt out, skip questions, or skip entire sections.
waxaan u fadhiyaa meeshan inaan ka hadlo arrintii survey-da iyo rayi aruurinta districtga inaan ku garab istaago oo aan macnaha waalidiinta maadaama fursad la siiyey ruuxii raba inuu didi karo ruuxii kalena uu qaadan karo.
At Rice County Public Health, we use this data to better understand student risk behaviors.
Rice County-ga marka qolada la fiiriyo public health data-ga la fiiriyo macnaha xagga caafimaadka iyo saas waxaan ku ogaan karnaa ardayda oo khatarta ku jiraan iyo ardayda kale macnaha iyayna siinaysaa macnaha data ama macluumaadka aan ku ogaan karnaa.
And the previous speaker did an excellent job recapping the content of the survey.
gabadhii ugu horreysay shaqo fiican bay qabatay survey-da waxay ku saabsanan idaa ka hadashay dhahday.
Which does include those positive behaviors such as connections to our families, our schools, our religious communities, and our community itself.
waxyaalo kaloo ay ka tagto waxaa waaye connection xagga wala xiriirka familiga iyo carruurta ay isku yihiin iskuulka iyo say ula shaqeeyaan qolada religionka iyo xagga diimaha iyo communitieska xiriirka ilmaha la leeyihiin ayay ka tagto oo ku daraya.
We look at the data over time to build programming around mental health.
data-ga macluumaadka ayaga aan arurinayna waxaan ugu diyaarinaa program oo ku saabsan xagga mental health.
To shift the focus of our services, for example, this is the survey that showed us the rapid increase in e-cigarette use among our youth.
survey-dan survey qaar ilmaha e-cigarette isticmaalaan cigarette-ka oo aan dhuuqin oo midkan xagga korontada iyo waxaas ilmaha dhuuqaan aan ka ogaan karnaa.
We also use the data from this survey in targeting funding for healthy eating and active living.
waxaan kaloo rabnaa inaan ku helno dhaqaale oo ku saabsan xagga cuntada caafimaadka loo isticmaalo cuntooyinka fiican lacag ku saabsan camal.
Some of us in the room have probably taken the survey ourselves.
dadka qaar oo meeshan jooga waxaa laga yaabaa survey-da inay horaan qaateen oo dadka iskuullada soo maray.
I remember being uncomfortable with some of the questions being asked when I took the survey in 5th grade in Bryceland, Minnesota.
waxaan xasuustaa markaan yaraa ee class shanaad ahaa aan naftay survey-da markaan qaadanay macnaha waxaan dareemay si aan caadi ahayn macnaha raalli kama ahayn camal.
Just to paint a picture of what life was like in 5th grade in Bryceland, Minnesota.
waan ogaan kartaa cunug yar oo what county is it?
Bryceland,
oh Bryceland, okay.
town about 500 people.
okay magaalo yar oo tuulo yar ay ka hadlaysaa.
So I can still smell my pink pet eraser.
معناها sidii ay dareentay camal weli waan dareemaya camal
The dust from the chalkboard,
sabuuradda camal chalkboard ay ka hadlaysaa
and I can still see my double-tongue sneakers that I wore on my feet.
dharkii aan qabay iyo wixii sidii ahaa weli waan xasuustaa
I was concerned about looking cool, and when answering the questions, I was wondering if I should answer the questions differently than what my lived experience actually was.
su'aalaha qaar markii su'aal lagu weydiiyo oo sida su'aasha jawaabta ay tahay iyo sidaan ahaa ma ka jawaabtaa see sax ah ma saa tahaan yaan geliyaa saasaan isweydiinaya
But I understood that I could skip questions, and likely I did skip some of the questions.
waxaana ogaa su'aalaha qaar inaan ka tegi karo skip garayn karo oo midii oo aan comfortable aan ka jawaabi karta kana iska dhaafi karo waana sameeyay dhahdeen
I understood that caring adults wanted to hear from me and my peers across the state.
who's that
I understood that caring adults wanted to hear from me and my peers across the state.
ها dad kale inay maqlaan oo state-ka xaqiisa opinion-ka anaga ama ay helaan bay jeclaan lahaayeen
Little did I know how much the world would shift when almost 30 years later, 30 years later, I would be speaking up for the value of the survey in my own community.
waxba ma ogeyn marka iyada macnaha sabeed wixii laga qaaday xamuun laakiin hadda 30 sano kadib haddana aniga waa haddana sabeed u hadlaya oo ra'yi runtii baan taageeraa ma ogeyn baa insaan noqon
So that caring adults could better understand the world of the youth in our schools today.
dad badan oo adalta inay fahmaan ardayda anaga iyo say iskuul ku yihiin inay ogaadaan fiican maanta si xaalad tahay
Thank you for your time and all your efforts that go into enabling our students' voices to be heard on a large variety of issues.
waana ku mahadsantihiin sidii aad u soo nigteen macnaha ra'yi runtan iyo sidii ilmaha anaga oo soo codka oo soo arunaysin
So that they can speak to or skip over those issues on the Minnesota Student Survey.
sidii ilmahan ay uga hadlaan su'aalooyinka qaar su'aalana qaar ay uga tagaan oo ku saabsan ra'yi runta Minnesota sabeed
The survey informs the work of a large number of partners in our county to further support the district's of the ideal of every Falcon every day.
dad badan hay'adooyin badan oo iskuulka la shaqeeyaan arrintan iyada way ku taageersan yihiin every falcon every day macnaha iskuulka mootogiisa waa saas
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Colton. The next person is Ms. Kay Keller. Are you in here?
Want some water?
yeah
Can we check to see if she's in one of the other rooms? Looking for Kay Keller. Ron, I'm sorry, you're going to speak? Okay, thank you. Come on up if you would, please. Thank you. Can I just ask if somebody has their phone going or something, would you please mute it? Is that possible? Thank you, thank you. Mr.
Am I
Keller,
supposed to sign in on
if you
this?
would, yes, thank you. And then just introduce yourself if you would, please.
I'm Ron Keller of Faribault. I'm not nearly as prepared as these previous speakers. They did an excellent job. But I'm here to voice my concerns about the questionnaire and would request that you do not run that survey. Because I guess one of my questions I have is, what's the benefit that the school district is getting out of this survey? How much money are they getting out of it? What benefits are they getting out of it?
Mr. Keller, I don't want to interrupt you. If you don't mind pausing so that he
I
can
can-
interpret for you. I just don't want you to go too long.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
yaa ninka waxaa la yidhaha raan wuxuu yidhi aan wax badan usoo diyaarsanin si gabdhigii horreeyeen laakiin waxaan weydiinayaa ra'yi aruntan aa helaysiin maxaa danoo nigu jirtaa maxaad ka helaysiin lacagna meeqaa ku helaysiin
The question of what the benefit of the school district is, what they're getting out of this,
maxaa faa'iide maxaa dan oo ku helaysiin
can anybody answer that?
We don't engage in the community comment, but we will have Superintendent Sesker follow up with you via email or phone call.
Okay. Do you have my information?
Get that to me.
wuxuu
Okay.
yidhaa waxa su-aal iga
I'd appreciate that.
waxaa lagu yidhaa su-aal hadda kama jawaabayno laakiin ninkan oo guddoomiyaha oo iskuulka yaa wixii su-aal aan wixii jawaab ee hadhow kula soo xiriiri doonaa
Because one of my concerns, with spending time on these social programs, I read the questions, or some of them myself. I didn't read the whole thing. but there are very presumptive questions in there. And for an impressionable 9th or 11th grader, they might think, well, maybe I'm not what I should be.
su-aalaan ku arkay markii loo fiiriyo xagga 9th grade iyo xagga anshax aan ku fiicnayn markii loo fiiriyo kalaaska 9aad iyo kalaaska 11aad.
So it's just planting ideas in their heads. Another thing is you've had a lot of levies in the past, and they haven't gone so well. And I would concur that maybe the reason for that is because of the horrible academic numbers that we're getting out of the district, where kids can't read and write and don't know their math because you're spending so much time on these kind of programs.
markaan fiirinay leevigii oo beri hore la codeeyey lacag badanaa ku hesheen lacagtii markii loo fiiriyo natiijadeena ma fiicnayn iskuullada iyo markii la fiiriyo akhriskooda ilmaha ma fiicno taasna waxaa caddaynaysaa waxyaalaha ku daalaysiin beddelka waxbarasho ku daalidin waxyaalaha noocan aan ku daalaysiin.
And I would also like to know, how do you decide whose survey that you do? Because there's a lot of organizations around that would probably like to speak to the kids, have their survey done. So just, how do you decide that?
So iyo sida ku go'aamisan survey la qaada camal maadaama ay jiraan hay'ado kala dalada kale oo iyaga wax noocan sameeyaan.
And if you want honest answers out of it, maybe you should send the survey home with the kids and let them work on the survey with their parents.
haddii survey aan rabtiin in la sameeyo maybe guriyaha u soo dira ciyaalka iyo waalidkooda halka sameeyaan isla fiiriyaan.
And I guess the one last thing would be, maybe better yet, give it to your teachers and staff, and then let the public and parents know what the outcome of that is, so they know what kind of teachers we have here. I know there's a lot of great teachers, but just throwing it out there.
teeda kalena waxaan idin soo jeedin lahaa macallimiinta inaad siisiin iyo shaqaalaha si ay u sameeyaan oo iyagana ra'yigooda aan u ogaano saas inaad samaysiin.
So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Next up is Miss Natalie Ginter.
Hello, my name is Natalie Ginter, and I am a parent of a Faribault High School student, as well as a local health professional. When I saw that the Minnesota Student Survey was on the agenda for tonight's meeting, I decided to attend and speak briefly in support of the district continuing to offer this survey, as I know it is a large undertaking.
Can I interpret that?
Yes.
gabadhan waxay dhahday waxaan ka shaqeeyaa public health ka shaqeeyaa what's your name again?
Natalie Ginter.
Nali baa la yidhaahaa surveydan ay rabtaan inay ka hadasho. Yeah, go ahead. Idinkaa jirta first part though.
I also know firsthand as to the importance it has to help informing not only our educational system, but also local public health, before and after school enrichment programs, community-based nonprofits, and healthcare system initiatives.
Surveyda markaan fiiriyey maadaama anahay qof oo ku takhasusay xagga caafimaadka waxaan ogahay faa'iiday u leedahay markii loo fiiriyo xagga caafimaadka xagga dadkan oo hay'adahan kale ee caafimaadka iyo waxaas iyagan u ololayaan faa'iido u leedahan yaan ogahay.
For those who were not aware, the Minnesota Student Survey has been administered every 3 years to students between 5th and 12th grade since 1989.
dadka aan ogeyn surveydan ama ra'yi ururtan ilaa 1989 ayaa la bixin jiray markasta oo 3 years kadibna waa la sameeyaa 5th grade to 12th grade aan sameeyaa kalaaska shanaad ilaa kalaaska 12aad la sameeyaa 3 sano kadibna waa la sameeyaa 1989 bana bilaabatay.
The Minnesota Student Survey includes questions about a wide variety of youth behaviors, such as alcohol, tobacco, and other drug use, violence, and sexual activity, as well as positive behaviors and their connection to family, school, and the community.
waxyaalo badan ay ka hadashaa oo xagga la xiriira xagga daroogada xagga maaraha sidii oo macnaha youth violence waxyaalaha xagga dagaalka iyo waxyaalahaas midda kale waxay la xiriirtaa xagga oo connectionka ay leeyihiin community iyo say u xiran yihiin iyo say isku yihiin waalidkooda iyo iskuuladii waxaas ay u xiran yihiin ayayna ka hadlaysaa.
Questions on some of these more sensitive topics are only asked of high school age students.
su'aalaha oo shucuurta dadka kicinayaan oo hadda ay ka kacsanin dadkana waxaa la weydiinaya kuwa high school basta la weydiinaa.
The Minnesota Student Survey is optional, not only on part of school districts, but also on part of parents who can opt their child out of participating, and also optional on the part of the student.
Su'aalada noocan waa optional. Optional maxaa uu qofku iska dhaafi karo ama uu samayn karo. Ardaydana sidoo kale ma lagu qasbaa iyagan optional waay. Waalidkan optional u tahay. Way kala dooran karaan inay sameeyaan ama iska dhaafaan.
Students can also take the survey and skip any question or stop at any point.
Ardaydan survey way qaadan karaan. Su'aasha ay rabaan way ka jawaabaan, tan kalena way iska dhaafayaan.
The majority of schools offer the Minnesota Student Survey with over 80% of districts participating across the state.
Markii loo fiiriyo Minnesota, markii iskuulada sameeyaan, 80% iskuulada way ka qayb qaataan.
Reports on findings are publicly available on the Minnesota Department of Health and the Minnesota Department of Education websites, so anyone can view results down to the county level.
Akhbaarta iyadoo macluumaadka iyadoo diyaarsan waxaa ka heli kartaa meeshan website-yaha ka heli kartaa oo public health ka heli kartaa oo Minnesota iskuulada ka qayb qaateen.
The survey is anonymous and answers cannot be traced to an individual.
Su'aaladan surveyda magac laguma qoraayo, macluumaadka ilmahana ma qaadayso.
A few aspects of the Minnesota Student Survey that I believe are most valuable is that it not only provides a longitudinal view of change in adolescent behavior over time on things like seatbelt use and underage drinking, but it is also responsive to how quickly our society is changing and our youth along with it.
Surveyda noocan waxay naga caawinaysaa dabeecadaha iyo ilmaha si isku bedelayso markii loo fiiriyo ilmahan oo seatbelt xirtaan iyo kuwa aan xiranin iyo kuwa youth-ka camal oo say isku bedelayaan society-da kulli say isku bedelayso ay ka hadlaysaa ku ogaan karnaa.
Questions about cyberbullying were added in 2013. Questions about gender identity and expression were added 6 years ago in 2016. And questions about vaping and e-cigarette use were added in 2019.
Su'aalaha la xiriiraan jinsiyadda oo kale hadda iyo vaping iyo sigaarka electronic la dhuuqa oo kale midda jinsiyadda oo kale waxaa lagu daray 2013 midda kale ee vapingkana waxa e-cigarette oo kale waxaa lagu daray 2019 macluumaadka iyada.
What is also valuable is that responses to the survey and the information it provides comes directly from youth, not from adults. Who better to inform what youth need than the students themselves?
waxyaalaha oo muhiimka ah waxa waayo surveyda macluumaadka wuxuu ka imaanaya ardayda ka imaanaya dadka weyn kama qayb qaadanayaan.
The Minnesota Student Survey provides our youth a voice and gives adults a real look into the issues and needs of youth in our community.
Surveyda iyada ama raayarunta iyaga waxayna siinaysaa macnaha codka ilmaha dadka inaan ogaano ardayda inaan ogaano.
It is all of our responsibility to listen to what they have to say.
Xil baan naga saaran haddaan nahay dad oo weyn oo mas'uuliyad ah ilmaha inaan dhageysano.
I strongly encourage the Faribault School District to continue offering the Minnesota Student Survey across all available grade levels and communicating with parents and students as to their rights to opt out if they so choose. Thank you.
Iskuulkan waxaan kula talinayaa raayarunta inay wadaan nin kastoo dareemaya camal surveydan inuu ka qayb qaadan karin uu iska dhaafo ninka kalena in loo fidiyo oo iskuulada kulli laga qaadan aan codaynaa ku taageersan.
Thank you, Ms. Ginter. Next, we will have Ms. Ruth Lilquist come up, and her topic is on budget reduction issues. I also want to make a note that we have two other speakers, one other speaker, and Mr. Bellingham's going to read a letter, and I erred when we did the agenda. It was my intention to mention that we're going to take a 10-minute recess from 6:15 to 6:25. We have a board member that needs to do something at that time for 10 minutes, and so we're going to take a 10-minute recess. So at that time, since it's not on our board agenda, I would look for a board member to make a motion as soon as we're done with these next two letters, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. My apologies for that. Ms. Lilquist, the floor is yours.
Should I expect an interpreter for this one, or not, just English?
If he wants, it'd be wonderful.
I don't mind, just,
Ms. Leland, would you mind asking if they want to interpret?
yes, I'm gonna go
Yeah,
find.
I'll be needing a break.
Oh, okay, okay. Is Mr. Muhammad still here?
I think so.
Did see him.
Okay. Do we know if Mr. Muhammad's coming in?
Ann's gonna look for one. Anne Marie's.
Okay. Why don't, well, it doesn't matter, because that's going to be interpreted too if he would like to, so.
While we're waiting for them to come in, can I just point out that I am reading a letter from myself and a letter from Catherine Schultz.
Ruth, you wanna go back again?
Sure. Thank you.
How do you want to handle that?
I don't know if this comes out in like 2
separate,
minutes, but I just want to point out to board members that I have 2 comments, one from myself and one from Catherine Schultz. First, I'll read Catherine Schultz's comments.
waxay ka hadlirtaa programka ELA ka hadlirtaa laba waraaqayna wata mid iyada ka hadlaysaa midna qof kale
Esteemed school board members, being on a school board over the past 2 years has not been an easy task. Thank you for your continued commitment to and support of our Faribault scholars and educators.
macnaha sanadihii la soo dhaafay waqti adag bay ahaayeen waana ku taageersantihiin sida macnaha community iyo Faribault la u soo saarteen oo u garab taagantihiin iyo dadka wax baranaya oo
Ms. Lilliquist, I apologize. I'm going to stop you. You can read yours. Ms. Schultz was not submitted to us prior, and she's not here. So typically, we would not allow somebody else to read that letter. And nothing against the letter, I have no idea what it states. If you want to have it submitted to all the board members, that's wonderful, but,
Could you submit this for the record?
okay, thank you.
Thank you. We just want to be consistent with our 3-minute.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
so waraaqa bas ka hadli kartaa laba waraaqay wadatay
Should I go ahead?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay. Greetings, members of the school board, colleagues, families, students, and community members. My name is Ruth Lilliquist, and I've been a teacher of multilingual learners, also described as English language learners, with Faribault Public Schools for 24 years.
gabadha waxaa la dhahaa Lilliquist la dhahaa wayna salaantay school boardka iyo kulli dadka meesha fadhiyo waxaan ahay qof macallimad ah oo barto dadka luqadaha xagga Englishka iyo waxaas bara waay
You have heard the information shared by Katie Schultz regarding the number of multilingual learners in Faribault Public Schools. You're also aware that eliminating a coordinator for the EL program would be exceptional in a district such as ours, where EL programming directly impacts 29% of all students and 83% of all students of color.
EL programka in la jaro programka oo qofka EL-ka u weyn oo programka ilmaha oo luqadaha kale ku hadlaan positionka in la jaro waxay saameyn ku yeelanaysaa almost 23% iyo 3 ay saameyn ku yeelanaysaa
Now let me share with you a bit about my journey as a teacher of multilingual students over nearly a quarter of a century here in Faribault.
haddaan ila wadaago inaan ahay macallin oo ilaa 25 sano macallinka ahaa meeshan oo ilmaha luqadda baraya
In 1995, I was a student teacher in the district. At that time, there were only 3 EL teachers managing K through 12 EL instruction.
You say 1995?
95.
1995 waxaan ahaa arday oo macallimad oo ka barto iskuulka wax markaasna macallimiinta oo EL-ka oo luqadaha dadka ilmaha kala baraan aaday u yaraan 3 bas yahay
Due to an anonymous complaint on behalf of the language learners in this district, Faribault Schools was cited for numerous civil rights violations by the United States Office for Civil Rights.
dadka civil right u oroleeya xagga oo luqada xagga oo dadka xuquuqdooda waxaa la yiri maadaama Faribault ay ku tumatay xuquuq ku saabsan xagga dadka luqadii waxa baranayo
My current position was created in 1997 as a direct response to this federal investigation.
taas oo iyadoo ka jawaabayso dawladda ayaa macallimiin badan oo iyada ka mid ah saa loo shaqaaleeyay si ay dadka luqadda u baraan ilmaha
The areas in which Faribault Public Schools failed to comply with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 included 8 key program changes, which our district thereafter implemented.
waxyaalaha oo Faribault ay ka soo qayb galeen waxaa ka mid ah Title 1 waxaa la yidhaaho oo loo yaqaan xagga oo markii sharciga waddanka la eego ay ka hadlaysaa
Many of these had to do with equity, specifically adequate English language programming, comparable classroom spaces, reasonable teacher caseloads, adequate educational materials, and careful oversight of EL student identification, record keeping, and exit procedures.
taasna waxay ka hadlaysaa markii loo eego ilmaha iyo equity xagga sinaashada xagga macallimiinta markii kalaasyaha loo fiiriyo xagga kalaaska numberka ilmaha ku dhigtaan waxyaalahaas oo markii la fiiriyo ayay khusaysaa arrintaas xagga taytoloonkaas.
The consequence of our failure to provide adequately for the multilingual learners of Faribault resulted in a fine of $10,000, and that was over 25 years ago.
markii nala arkay dadka inaan taageeraynin 25 sano ka hor $10,000 lagu ganaxay iskuulka.
We were forced to implement change or face even harsher legal penalties.
waana lagu qasbay macnaha ilmahaas iyaga inay fursad la siiyo oo dadkan soo galaayay ee luqadaha kala ku hadlo inay programyo badan u hagaajiyaan waa iskuulka lagu qasbay sharci waa.
Over the many years since then, our program has grown to become a successful, robust source of support for multilingual learners.
laga bilaabo waqtigaas programkan aad buu u weynaaday arday badan ee ka aflaxday oo ka guuleysatay wuxuu noqday program aad u baax weyn.
We are highly sought out by other districts who wish to model their programming after ours. We hold a good reputation and have partnerships with nearby colleges and universities who wish for their future teachers to experience best practices in language instruction and the promotion of equity for MLLs.
iskuulo badan ama jaamacado badan oo dariska anaga aan ku xirannahay dad badan ayaa sidii anaga aan sameynaynan ugu dayda oo nala shaqeeya.
Members of our department have held key positions of leadership and have served as presenters at Mini TESOL, the professional organization for teachers of English to speakers of other languages.
waxay ka hadlaysaa macallimiinta oo baraan EL-ka baraan bay ka hadlaysaa macallimiin badan oo kamid ah ku jiraan ururaha oo xagga luqadaha u orolayaan bay ku jiraan.
That said, the maintenance of quality services does not happen by accident.
so waxa arkaysa iyo dadaalkan arkaysa wax iska dhacay maaha wax laga shaqeeyo waa.
A coordinator's position is essential.
coordinator-ga qofka meesha u weyn ee maamulka haysta oo xagga EL-ka aad baa loogu baahan yahay position-ka in la jarin ay ka hor imaanaysa macnaha.
Some of the duties which a dedicated EL equity coordinator is responsible for include
shaqooyinka EL-ka qofka u weyn uu qabto waxaa ka mid ah
continued training of EL teachers, paraprofessionals, and family and student engagement specialists.
macallimiinta dadka waalidiinta iyo dadkan kale shaqaalaha ah sidii train loo siin lahaa oo loo horumarin lahaa oo xagga wada shaqayntan loo dhisi lahaa bulshada.
Careful.
Ms. Lilquist, sorry to interrupt. Are you really close to being done? I know this is here.
One bit left.
Thank you.
Careful supervision of EL caseloads, adherence to Title III guidelines, and maintaining the highest integrity in our student record keeping system.
iyo sidii ilmaha iyo macluumaadkooda loo kaydin lahaa macallimiintana loo horumarin lahaa trainingkooda iyo waxyaalahaas.
And I'm going to edit just a little bit. As you make your challenging decisions regarding the budget this spring, please consider thoughtfully the impact which eliminating the student success coordinator position would have on students who are guaranteed protection and adequate services by law.
waxaan nii sheegayaa macnaha intaad budget inuu fiirinaysin intaa qofka shaqada ka joojin lahaydaan shaqada uu hayo waxa kulina egtiin aan fiirinayaa yaan nii sheegayaa.
Remember that this SSC coordinator is their voice at the table in district level discussions.
qofkaasna waxa waaye qofkii oo codkii dadka waaye.
And let our past mistakes serve as a powerful reminder that there are also grave legal ramifications for failure to maintain a high-quality ELL program.
taasna waxay hoos imaanaysaa macnaha EL-kii iyo qiimihii iyo quality-gii in hoos u dhici doono.
Thank you for your consideration and for your continued support of Faribault students.
waana ku mahadsantihiin sida aad uga shaqaysteen Faribault.
Thank you, Ms. Lilquist. Since we've gone a little long here, I'm going to ask Mr. Bellingham to read that last letter regarding the mask policy after our recess. So I'd entertain a motion for a 10-minute recess.
Also move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Where are we taking a recess?
We have a board member that needs to attend to something important. I really don't want that individual to miss the rest of the meeting, so. I guess we need a roll call, Mr. Bellingham.
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson?
Aye.
Cassie Steves?
Aye.
Chad Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So we will re-adjourn at 6:30 in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
This meeting back to session. Mr. Beach, sorry, were you through your pin? I will entertain a motion to move back into our meeting and convene our recess. Do we have a motion to do that?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Cavalier, a second by Mr. Bellingham. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Need a roll.
I'm sorry, we need a roll call, sorry.
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier? Richard Olson?
Aye.
Cassie Steves?
Aye.
Chad Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you for that. So we are still on community comment, and Mr. Bellingham is now going to read a letter. Do we know, is this going to be interpreted?
No, it won't.
It will not be interpreted. Okay, so Mr. Bellingham, when you start, I'll start timing you.
Okay, thank you. To the Faribault School Board, my name is Jenna Botham, and I am a lifelong Faribault community member and a 17-year business owner. I own Studio of Stars Dance Studio in Faribault. I am writing today to express my concerns about lifting the mask requirements for the schools. After much discussion with my son's pediatrician and following CDC guidelines regarding masks, we as a business have required masks in September for all of our dancers during practice. As you have probably experienced, this hasn't been the most popular decision for some families, but it is the safest decision. We have seen our studio numbers go down this year due to families not wanting to wear masks. As we have always said, we follow the science and we want to protect all our dancers and their families. This has come at a cost for my business, which is my sole income. But we have not had an outbreak at the studio, and we have done what we have set out to do, provide a safe and fun learning environment for dancers and their families. Had we not put a mask requirement in place, we would have been on Zoom for the whole year again, and we did as we did when the pandemic started, because so many families have had the virus and would have been exposed all of the dance families. As my Alina Health pediatrician has explained, masks along with distancing and vaccines are key to keeping the numbers going down, staying in school, and keeping whole families healthy. With not everyone being able to distance at school and not everyone being eligible for vaccines or being able to get one, masks are what is keeping children in school safe and healthy now. Why risk it for the last 3 months of school? The case numbers in Minnesota and Rice County have declined recently, which I understand is why so many places are looking to lift their mask requirements. I, however, question why they would be lifted when they are at or above the rates they were when you put the requirements in place. You as a school board, the school district, teachers, staff, parents, and children have put the time and effort into keeping the children, teachers, staff, and families safe for 6 months of the year. Please consider keeping them safe for 3 more months. There are families who have young children, like I do, who are not eligible to get vaccinated yet. Many families have elderly family members who immunocompromised family members who may be vaccinated, but it would still pose a life-threatening risk too by not requiring masks. Let's get through this year safely and help all families by wearing a simple mask a few more months. Spring break is coming up and many families will be traveling. If you lift the mask requirements now and many families come back where there are outbreaks at schools, it will be hard to put back a requirement that you have already taken away. CDC is advising not to travel to over 100 different places, with some of them being popular travel destinations. Masks will help keep everyone safe when travelers return and sit next to each other in class and bring back the virus.
Mr. Bellingham, I apologize to interrupt. I know that's not your letter. You're reading it from a community member. Are you close, or I'll give you another about 15, 20 seconds?
I'm not close, but I'll just finish the last paragraph and go from there.
Okay.
Thank you for taking the time to read my letter and taking my concerns into consideration. Again, this would be a good time to show the children that we as a community can work together for everyone, the children, teachers, staff, and everyone's family. Keep masks in school, a requirement for 3 more months. Keep everyone's family safe and healthy. Keep us all alive and ready for summer, another school year in the Faribault School District. Thank you, Jenna Botham.
Thank you, Mr. Bellingham.
So, with that said, we are going to make one deviation here in the student, or I'm sorry, in the community comment. And when we've had, if you will, issues that have had people for and against a topic, we have alternated between for and against or whatever. We have a large contingent here that was unable to speak on the student survey, how we randomly drew them. We had, I believe, 3 individuals speak, if I would say, likely against the student survey, and 2 individuals in favor of the survey. And all of you that have been here before and seen these, I think you would attest that we're being consistent how we're operating. So I will give 2 individuals an opportunity to speak, and then we will be done and move into our regular agenda. Do we have the 2 individuals? And we need to, if we can, know who they are and have them sign up.
One of the speakers we have from someone to me.
You'll interpret for the board. Is he going to speak Somali? Or?
Yeah.
And Abdi, can you, if you would, provide a name, if you will?
My name?
A name of the speaker.
Mohammed.
Mohammed?
Yeah.
Okay. And is, I'm sorry, the topic is student survey or no?
Student survey.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, we can get translated the other way then?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yes, Abdi will. Yep, thank you. Good question, thank you. Abdi, and we
You
will,
should be in front of the mic.
Yep.
Abdi, and we will time just like we have everybody else, okay?
dhammaan
Thank you.
ka soo qaybgalayaasha iyo abaabulayaasha iyo mas-uuliyiinta iyo macallimiinta iyo waalidiinta dhammaantood waa mahadsan yihiin.
Thanks for everyone who attended.
Abdi, I'm sorry. Will you move that mic closer just because we're recording on TV and I want to make sure
Yeah,
they can hear?
thanks everyone who attended. I'm just sending a thank you message to the members of the board, parents, teachers, and everyone available in the meeting.
intaas kadib waqtigu maadaama uu yar yahay marka hore waxaan ka xumahay qol weyn oo dadku iswada arkayaan oo la wada fadhiyo ayaa fiicnayd laakiin ma dhicin haddayna dhicin waxaan u gudbayaa wixii aan rabo inaan ka hadlo.
I think I will directly go to the agenda.
dabcan waraaqii ma qoro laakiin aragtidayda waxa qalbiga ku jiraan wax ka taabanaya.
I don't have prepared note, but I will speak out of.
intaan soo gaadhay dadkii hadlayay waxay ka hadlayeen iskuulka iyo waxyaabo maaragtay iskuulka dhexdiisa ka jira waalidiinta faraha badan ee ka soo qayb gashayna shucuurtooda waxa isu keenay taasaa ugu badan dheh.
Many people who attend talk about the schools and the survey.
waxyaabahan ka soo gaadhay waxaa ka mid ahaa gabadh hadlaysa oo leh ruux waliba siduu ilaahay u sameeyey buu u samaysan yahay.
I had people talk about the creation of God in the survey.
Choice looma laha qofku inuu isbedeli karo ama isagu uu si kale iska dhigi karo waa siduu ilaahay u sameeyey.
And I also agree people of different gender.
waxaa kaloo aan dhegaystay gabadh ka hadlaysa waxyaabaha qaarkood ilmaha waxbarashadiisa maxaa ka quseeyo oo ay ka caawinaysaa.
And I did understand people talking about the difference between, getting education and this social life.
taasna waxaa weeye qodob u baahan in sidaas loo fahmo.
And I think these are two big differences.
dhammaan anigoo u mahad celinaya dadka meesha fadhiya waxaan sheegaynaa annaga haddaan nahay communityka qaybta hadda joogta khaasatan Soomaalida oo diinta islaamka haysata iyo dadka diimaha kala haysta midna arrintan iskuulka ka jirta wax uu qofku ama samayn kara ama deyn kara ma aha wax furan albaab u furan ma aha.
and I think out of our perspectives as a Somali community and also as Muslims, the issue of including gender in the survey should be something which will be ruled out. It's not an optional.
albaab uu wuxuu ka soo fikiri kara xataa ma qaadataa mise waa daysaa miyay kuu fiican tahay mise way kuu xun tahay maba ahan.
It's not something to put about into consideration, either to opt it out or.
sida hadda albaabka halkan aynaan uga bixi karin oo kale weeyaan lagama bixi meel laga taaban kara ma aha.
It's not something possible.
waxaan anagu samayn karana ma aha ciddii kale ee samaysana waxaan leenahay arrintaasi wax mustaqbal oo isoo wada ama ay keeni doonto ma jirto cid kasta waxay ku tahay hoos u dhac.
It is something that will bring the dignity down.
waxaan markaa anigoo ku hadlaya communitygaas codkooda iyo rabitaankooda anigoo ku hadlaya arrintaas hal ilmaa oo dadkaas ka mida ciddii siisa waa cid khayaano ka gashay.
If this is taken into consideration in the school board, then it is like loss of trust in the system that you are under.
saxaaxa hadda waalidka inta badan intaan kaba warayna ama warqadaha arag bay u badan yihiin.
Many people are not aware of the survey.
warqadda la saxeexayo iyo taan la saxeexaynin dadka qaar waxaa jira aan waraaqaha aragba laakiin ilmaha saxeexaya maadaama oo meeshii lagu dhigaya ka dhiganaya iyo ka laga joojinayo ma laba iskuul baa la kala geynayaa.
We didn't have much information about the survey, which school, who is taking,
waxaan codsanaynaa anagoo community-ga ah oo wax fiican oo dhan jecel oo horumarka jecel oo wax kasta jecel oo ilmaha halkan waxbarashadooda jecel oo korqaadkooda jecel oo maalin kasta macallimiinta markaanu conference la yeelano u baahan in ilmuhu uu hay noqdo waxaan u baahannahay arrintaas inaad ogaataan arrintaas in dadkan aynan u furayn.
We really like all developmental issues. We like our students to get good education. We support teachers. We do come to conferences. But we wouldn't welcome the issue of the survey, having gender in the survey.
arrintaas hal qof oo aad ka rabtiin ood odhan doontaan cid kastaba ha noqotee qofkaas jooskiisa ha la sii weydiiyo kumaba jirin.
Yeah, we really don't want this to be, taken into consideration and asking our students to take the survey either opt it out.
codka dadka ka soo qaybgalayaasha iyo codka nala siiyey iyo rabitaanka dadku inay sheegtaan iyo inaad idinku ogaataan intaba waa ku mahadsantihiin.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to air our views.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Do we have one more speaker? Is that correct? Mr. Abdi, would you just pull that microphone a little closer to you when you speak?
Sorry,
No, thank you. Thank you. Can you introduce her?
magacayga nimco xuseen la yiraahdo.
Nimo, N-I-M-O.
N-I-M-O. Xuseen H-U-S-E-N. wax weyn kama hadlayo walaale maadaama maanta meeshaan la isugu yimid dadka community-ga magaalada wada degan dhammaan waa salaamaya waan u mahad celinayaa sida wanaagsan ee isku imaadka iyo tixgelinta leh oo isugu noo tixgeliyaan meeshaan isugu imaano.
I don't have a lot to say, but I really appreciate for this opportunity.
waxaan ka hadlayaa oo kaliya waxa weeyaan maanta waxa meeshaan isugu nimid wax shucuurta waalidiinta kiciyay oo xagga diinteena anaka aan ku wanaagsanayn ayakana kulay in badan oo kamid aysan jeclayn laakiin only waxa aan sheegayaa waalidiinta wax aysan ogeyn ilmaha inaan loo xugmin oo loo dhaqaaqin ilaa ilmaha waalidka laga helo ogolaansho inuu ogol yahay wixii lagu sameynayo ilmaha wax fiican iyo waxan intaba.
I know it's giving us this opportunity, but in the survey, if any survey that needs to be done, I know it's optional, but in any case, we wouldn't like our students to take that survey without the parent knowledge.
ilmaha in waalidka in la socodsiiyo ilmaha waxa lagu sameynayo ama waxa la weydiinayo ama xataa waxbarashada anaka aan ognahay raaliga aan ka nahay wixii ka baxsan oo ku soo kordha in la soo socodsiiyo waalidka oo ogolaanshahooda laga helo.
We would like to be informed if any survey that is to be taken by our students in the school. We need to be informed, though we are aware of this one.
waxaa maanta taaganna in badan horta dadkuna waa ogyihiin wax anagu raalli aan ka nahay ma ahan wax maanta wax soo kordhinaya oo faa'iido leh oo labada dhinac dhan walbaba faa'iido u lehna ma ahan wax community ahaan raalli aan ka nahana ma ahan.
The issue of asking students' genders is not something we accept. So we know everyone knows who they are, they know their genders, and we don't want students to be asked about their gender and how they feel about it.
waana mahadsantihiin in badan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for translating for us.
Yes, we appreciate it. Okay, that concludes our community comment. We will now move to, first of all, I want to thank everybody for their comments and for attending. We do appreciate it. This brings us to item 7 and 7A, which is the No Child Hungry Grant. Becky Ford, Brenda Baim, and Scott Gerdes, please come forward. And do you have something to share on the computer? Do we have somebody running that?
I don't know.
Casey is? Okay, thank you.
Am I driving or are you? You're driving?
I'm driving, okay.
You're driving. So, good evening, Chair Wolf and the board. With me tonight, I have Brenda Baim with Sodexo to my left, and since I'm in the middle, I have Becky Ford with Healthy Community Initiatives with me as well. And we're just briefly going to talk about the No Kid Hungry Grant and bring you up to speed on a little bit of that. So I get to start. In response to the pandemic, you know, we had all the issues around how we are going to feed our kids when everybody is distance learning. And so as many of you are aware, Faribault School stepped up with Sodexo, and we delivered all kinds of food out to all the kids at drop-off points with the use of Faribault transportation and buses and all kinds of different things. Shortly thereafter, we started, you know, the school again with the pandemic, and so there was a need to figure out how we were going to continue to serve kids food when the learning models kept moving up and down and back and forth. So school personnel worked with HCI to pursue some funding to continue that process of being able to deliver foods as a key initiative to try and keep kids fed. So spearheaded by Brenda and Andrew, my predecessor, the school district applied for and was awarded this No Kids Hungry grant in the amount of $50,000 back in January of 21, so just over a year ago. And really the key purpose of that grant was to address barriers in food accessibility, mainly transportation, increase family engagement and outreach, increase school participation, which we continue to do in all of our programming, and really work with those kids to make sure that they had food during the school day and even on weekends. So the collaborative, over here, as you can see on the slide, with Sodexo, Community Action Center, the school district, Growing Up Healthy, HCI, and the Faribault Youth Investment. All of them came together as a partnership to develop this initiative to really feed kids. So I'm going to briefly just kind of go through some of what each one of the partners did. The Community Action Council really worked with translation and was able to speak to some of the grant questions and things for those families that don't speak English. They also went door to door, helped with neighborhood sharing and scheduling and all those things to deliver food. Growing Up Hungry, they employed a coordinator to help spearhead outreach, including free and reduced lunch applications, SNAP and WIC applications as well. HCI, along with Faribault Youth, worked with strategic planning. I know Becky did a lot of applications and a lot of writing and helped me complete a lot of reports as I took this project over, as well as worked with the school district and really coordinated a collaborative effort amongst all of the partners. Sodexo and the school, we coordinated the grant, coordinated purchasing of the van that the ladies will talk about in a little bit, purchasing the food, worked with all the different groups here at the school district to really make sure that everybody knew about this and all the opportunities around the grant initiative.
All right. So during the calendar year of 2021, obviously it overlapped 2 different school years, which had drastically different meal services. Last year at this time, we were in and out of hybrid learning, and we were offering 7-day meal packs at the high school once a week. Well, in conjunction with this grant, we were able to use that van to bring meals to the community, not only during the 7-day meal packs, but during our summer feeding program, we were able to bring lunches and breakfast out to the students. So total meals that we served in calendar year of 2021 was just over 723,000 meals. That's the number of meals that Sodexo made for the school district to distribute to their students, either in school or outside of school, based on what the learning model was. And because of this grant, we were able to serve 22,448 meals strictly to those people who could not get to the school. So during the school year last year, in addition to the Faribault High School and Jefferson Elementary, where we handed out meal packs, the van was able to also bring meals to Evergreen Estates, Cannon River Mobile Home Park, and the Millstone Creek Mobile Home Park on Chester Court. We found that those were places where they were in need to get the food, but didn't necessarily have the transportation to come and get it. And then this past summer, in conjunction with our summer food service program, served at Jefferson Elementary, again, with the van, we were able to bring food to Evergreen Estates, the Cannon River Mobile Home Park, and then the Millstone Creek Mobile Home Park on Chester Court.
So in addition to actually, feeding kids and bringing food to the neighborhoods most in need, we also really organized around some systems work as well. We made a concerted effort to get as many families as possible to fill out the free and reduced price lunch form, the education benefits applications. That was important because the school district does raise a significant amount of money. We get, you all know this, we get a certain allocation for families that qualify for free and reduced lunch. And so it was advantageous to continue to ask families to do that, even though nobody had to pay for meals last year. And so it was important to the health of the district and it was really important to make that process easier. And so we talked a lot as a group just about how to explain it to everybody, because it can be kind of cumbersome and confusing. And so we developed some flyers and also recorded oral explanations in 3 languages. And so we really worked intensely with the FACES staff, with the Growing Up Healthy staff, with the Community Action Center to be able to push out these videos so that everybody had a good understanding of how to apply for these benefits. I think it was I don't know if it was in February of last year, the pandemic EBT support program came out. And so basically what that meant is that all families who qualified for free and reduced price lunch through the school district also automatically qualified for SNAP benefits. And so families that qualify were able to get a SNAP card and an electronic benefits card, and so they were able to supplement their family's food budget by being a part of this PEBT program. And that was just really important during the pandemic to make sure that we were leveraging every resource we could for Faribault's families to be able to keep putting food on the table. I guess that's a little less exciting, maybe, than actually going out in the neighborhood and feeding people. But nonetheless, we were leveraging that system. And then one of my colleagues, Fatima Ponciano, who couldn't be here tonight, also did a lot of outreach to the Latinx community and helped connect families with children 0 to 5 to, again, SNAP benefits, but also to WIC as well. And then we really wanted to not reinvent the wheel. Adding the van was really important. That was a huge way to bring food to the community, but there were already other kinds of programs happening, already some projects and initiatives that were addressing food insecurity in Faribault, and so we just really wanted to lift them up and be able to support them. So we were able to provide a significant amount of food to the Community Action Center for their backpack program. The backpack program had actually ceased during the first part of the pandemic. It was initially run by Reliance Bank, and over the months they just realized they couldn't maintain it, and so they've since handed that over to the Community Action Center. And since the beginning of the year, the CAC has begun working with these schools to feed kids over the weekend, so kids can get a handful of meals that they can take home in a backpack that will sustain them over the weekend. So we were really proud to be able to support that. And then we also worked with school district to identify families that were in need right around the holidays. And so 40 Faribault Public Schools families were referred. And so Brenda was able to source a lot of those special meals through Sodexo, and then we were able to deliver them right to the homes and just make an impact that way over the longer break too. It was good to give families a little bit more food. And then also we were just happy to support some existing or emerging initiatives with school-based pantries. The Faribault Middle School has been running kind of a pantry, clothes closet, hybrid for a number of years now, and so we were able to purchase some additional shelving and then also stock those shelves for them to kind of help them expand their reach. And then similarly at Jefferson, they also, with the community school there, are really excited about starting a pantry of their own. And so we were able to work with the social workers at both of those buildings to order shelves, help them think through what kinds of food that they wanted to provide and have on hand for kids and families. Yeah, so that's kind of, oh, and then I also have to say that the CAC did provide some food to the Faribault High School Nest recently as well. They wanted to make sure that that was mentioned also. So just a great partnership and supporting the good work that's already being done by Faribault schools.
So when we got this grant, we had 3 goals in mind. First goal was to feed the kids, and that's exactly what we did.
Check.
Check.
And the other one was just that impacting systems. It's one thing to feed kids, you know, temporarily, but it was really important that we come up with something that was sustainable and something that would leave a lasting impact. And I can say that I feel like we've done that. Brenda now has a van, and this district has a van to be able to do more summer delivery of meals. The free and reduced price lunch, that system has been really institutionalized, I would say. Those videos are now available forever and ever, and they're posted on the Educational Benefits website. And again, just being able to support and facilitate some of that school and community partnership will last into the future.
And to talk a little bit about sustainability, for those of you that aren't aware, fiscal year 22 brings an end to our 5-year contract with our food service vendor. So I am working on adding some things to the current RFP so that we can try and work on some of the sustainability issues and incorporate them into our operational food service program when we renew our contract for food service vendors in for 23 and beyond. There'll be more information to come around that here maybe at the next board meeting.
Wonderful, thank you.
Any other questions or comments that you might have for at least the two ladies here?
Where did the money come from?
Great question. It came from a grant called No Kid Hungry, and it's a nonprofit. Actually, the nonprofit is called Share Our Strength, and they are a nonprofit organization nationwide that is working to address poverty and hunger across the United States. So one of their projects is called No Kid Hungry.
And where do they get their money from?
I don't know.
Is it from the government or corporations?
They
or-
do a lot of donations. People will donate money to No Kid Hungry so they can do these types of grants and projects.
Other questions or comments?
Well, I know we've talked about this before, but it is just incredible to see the numbers up there of how many meals were served during the pandemic, and just can't help but thank you enough for all of that. And I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of many people in our community who appreciate all the work that the school district did during that time to keep our families fed. So it's nice to see the numbers again. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Courtney.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Steves, any questions or comments?
No, the numbers are really compelling, so thank you for all the wonderful work.
Mr. Bellingham? No. Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the three of you, and thank you to the teams of people you worked with. I think it's pretty remarkable to think we live in a town of approximately 24,000 people, and nearly 750,000 meals were served. That's a Herculean task, and obviously it's helping to reduce hunger in our community. So thank you for that, and we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
I'm just going to ask the members of the audience, if you would please try to hold your talking to a minimum. Certainly you can go out in the hallways and converse. I would ask that you please mute your phones if you would. We're trying our best to keep this meeting moving forward, and just the distractions don't help. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay. That brings us to item 8, the consent agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson, a second by Ms. Cavalier. On the consent agenda, we do not have discussion, so Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier?
Aye.
Richard Olson?
Aye.
Cassie Steves?
Aye.
Chad Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for that. This brings us to item number 9, which is retirements. Mary Herzog is retiring after 5.5 years with the Faribault School District, and so we would just like to thank her for her service. We greatly appreciate it. And if any board members want to comment, or Superintendent Sesker, otherwise I will entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, also move for approval.
We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Just a quick comment. We use Ms. Herzog, and we'll replace this too. As a school district, we're responsible for all the different schools, and so we actually use our nursing services to help the other parochial schools in town.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier?
Aye.
Richard Olson?
Aye.
Cassie Steves?
Aye.
Chad Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for that. That brings us to item number 10, the finance piece of the agenda. Item 10A is the minutes from our January 18th meeting. Those are there, and Mr. Gertis, maybe I'll ask you to come on up. I'm sure we may have some questions for you, so if you don't mind. And the minutes, it's simply there for everybody to see. You can ask questions at any time on these if you would like. The next item is 10B, the budget, and Mr. Gertis, I'll turn that over to you for the enrollment and financial reports.
So just a couple things to point out on the investment report, the first attachment there. One thing to look at is our cash balances, dropped again by a couple $1 million. The one thing to note, the reason for that is we pay our first annual, first calendar year debt payments, which are due February 1st. So typically, they get paid on the 28th of the month to make sure that they land on time with the respective banks. So that's the big reason for the cash drop, which then eventually we build up over time again and get back to a better figure. The other thing to note is we did receive, I believe it was $12,650 some of interest for one of the renewals of the CD that we that renewed at the end of December that we received in January. So just wanted to point that out there on the investment report as well. Looking at the Forecast 5 report, again, you guys have the first page up here that looks something like this. Again, that really shows the continual dip there compared to what the projection is. Again, the projection was last year. We didn't have a full payment last year, so you can see that's down a little bit lower than the prior year's numbers. As I mentioned last month, we now, for the most part, have all of our budgets and everything approved with the Department of Education, and so that we've been continually, in the month of February here, receiving a lot of the ESSER dollars that I mentioned last month that we hadn't had approval on at that point in time. So those are some of the things that you'll see an increase on this chart at the end of February. Looking through on the next page, again, kind of the same chart, still the same story, that our actual revenue projected to be 41%, we're at about 38%, and you can see that trend on most of the revenue reports as well, even though you might have to blow them up to see the numbers a little bit. On the next page, we look a little bit at expenditures. Again, salary and benefits up year over year. That's to be expected with how all the contracts work. And again, we're pretty much right on point, as has been stated numerous times in the past. Our expenditure percentages don't really change a whole lot, right? On the last page, wanted to point out one of the things that you'll see in the comparative financial report in the last attachment. If you look at our internal service fund, as I mentioned at the end of December, we were in the hole, about $88,400 and some at the end of December. We have turned around, and if you look at the right side of the report where it says internal service fund, we are now in positive territory by $7,210. So we made about a $95,000 comeback just in the month of January. So any questions on the financial reports, the graphs, the numbers, anything as it relates to that?
Mr. Gerdes, I believe when you're done with the financial reports, I think you skipped over the enrollment reports. I'm not sure if you or Mr. Sesker want to speak to that at all. It's certainly in front of us. We've had it. We have an opportunity to review it, but.
Thank you, Chad. So yeah, again, the enrollment reports went from 79 last month down to 69. Again, as I mentioned last month, that number will continue to drop every month based on PSEO numbers that we are trying to account for. You'll hear in my revised budget presentation shortly that we're hoping that we can end the calendar year 38 ADM higher than what we budgeted for last June. So that's kind of our targeted goal, and that'll be what the revised budget is based on here shortly.
Yeah, so to emphasize that 69 that you see, that's higher than what we had projected, so that's actually good news.
Okay. Board members, any questions or comments from Mr. Gerdes on these reports? All right, hearing none, thank you. We appreciate it. This brings us to item 10B3, gifts and donations, excuse me. This is Resolution 22-15, accepting gifts and donations here on February 22nd, 2022. Number one, donations for the nest at the Faribault High School. Craig Johnson, a bag of Falcon Gear clothing. And number two, once again, donation for the nest at Faribault High School is from Goodwill, 2 bins of Falcon Gear clothing. Number 2 on this list is matching donations with the Faribault Booster Club for the Nest at the Faribault High School. First one is Faribault Wrestling Club, a donation of $250. The second one is Pat Clark for $50. Next is Dan and Betsy Carlin for $50. Next is Chad and Courtney Wolf for $250. Next is Faribault Rotary for $1,000. Next is Richard and Marianne Peterson for $50. Next on this list is Mike and Connie Hart for $50. Next is Gary and Patricia Bleichner for $50. And lastly, the Faribault Booster Club for $2,500. So once again, we thank all of these individuals and community members for their support. In this case, all of these donations being approved here tonight are for the Nest. And so with that, we'll entertain a motion to approve this and then do a roll call. So is there a motion to approve Gifts and Donations Resolution 22-15?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson and a second by Ms. Cavalier. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier?
Aye.
Richard Olson?
Aye.
Cassie Steves?
Aye.
Chad Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for that. Just one item here real quick. Ms. Zavrel, would you mind, I know we had a lot of people in each of the other rooms. Certainly this main room has cleared out. If those people want to join us, they're more than welcome to. I don't know what the attendance out there still looks like. Thank you. This brings us to item 10C, items reviewed by the Finance Committee and are suggested for board approval. 10C1 is consider approval of the proposed rate increase for Kids World for fiscal year 23. Do I have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion by we have a motion by Ms. Cavalier, a second by Mr. Bellingham. Superintendent Sesker, is there anything you'd like to add to this that's not already on here?
Nope, everything is right there in front of you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Olson?
Yeah, I don't think it's the right time to increase fees on this program. We're not in good economic times. Inflation is high, and then we're charging more for Kids World. So I'll be voting no on this.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or discussion?
Unfortunately, I think my understanding is that as numbers go down in Kids World, we still have the same infrastructure we need to run to be able to run the program. Kids World runs an incredibly important service for our community. My own family, my children went to Kids World until they were old enough to stay home alone. I'm super grateful for this opportunity that we have it. And unfortunately, I think we need the funding to help continue to support running it, so.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, for transparency, those that don't have board book in front of their whatever, but as you can see the increases for 2021, 22, say for the AM is $5.65, and the proposed fiscal year 23 is $5.80, so 15 cents, which comes to 2.7% increase. As you go down the whole line there, you're looking at anywhere from 15 cents to a quarter, I guess $3 for weekly, half day. So again, with the inflation, costs rising, et cetera, I don't think, I support the motion.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. We do have a motion by Ms. Cavalier, a second by Mr. Bellingham. And Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier?
Aye.
Richard Olson?
No.
Cassie Steves?
Aye.
Chad Wolf?
Aye.
Motion passes. Mr. Chair, motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you for that. Brings us to 10C2, consider approval of the request for program/budget addition. Once again, this is in front of us, and I will start with entertaining a motion to approve this. Do we have a motion?
I can move to, I can start us off. So moved.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Ms. Cavalier. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Mr. Bellingham. At this time, further discussions, or Mr. Sesker, would you like to explain a little more about this?
Yeah, it's just simply changing the status of our OP2 that does an outstanding job there to give her more responsibilities. This does not affect the general fund, and it's used the reserve funds in an appropriate way, taking some of those LTFM dollars to offset some of that money to actually adequately provide her a salary that she deserves.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, board members?
We met and discussed this in facilities meeting first, and unfortunately, I couldn't be in finance on Monday. I apologize for that. So this seemed like a logical step to make sure that the team that's managing facilities is able to, so that the OP1, is that what it's called?
OP2.
OP2 accurately reflects the work that actually needs to be done and is being done, correct?
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Cavalier. Any other comments or questions during this discussion time? Okay, hearing none, we have a motion on the floor by Ms. Cavalier, a second by Mr. Bellingham. Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves.
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you for that. This brings us to item 10C3, consider approval of fiscal year 2021-2022 revised budget. Once again, I will entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson and a second by Ms. Cavalier. Are there other discussion or questions or comments during this discussion time? And Mr. Gertis, would you like to walk us through anything here?
Yeah. Somebody stole my mic. So, yeah, just a couple highlights on the revised budget. If we want to flip through to the fourth page where it says highlights from the 21-22 budget, we'll just highlight a few.
Mr. Gertis, sorry,
Yes.
I'm going to ask, is there any way that anybody can pull this up online while we're doing this, or does that not work? Sorry, we just have a fair crowd here in the audience and some people online that might be able to help track this conversation.
When you say online, do you mean on Google Meet, or do you mean on the, like for the?
Yeah, can you do both, or it's one or the other?
Can I do both?
Thank you. It's a good thing you're here tonight, the technology guy.
I think I got it, Casey. Here.
What's that?
There it is. I don't know if it's big enough, though.
And this is the revised budget, right?
Casey, I got it up there.
Now, sorry,
the screens
yeah,
back
how about these other screens in back, because these people can't see this for sure up here.
All right. I don't know if I can do that. That's asking a lot.
Okay, sorry.
I can get two of them, but I can't.
Sorry, Mr. Gertis, I apologize for interrupting.
No,
It's just,
don't
it's
worry
good for
about
people to be able to see this. Once again, this is linked online to the website. Anybody can see it.
No. She's got it on.
Casey, as we go through these tonight, we'll likely have a little bit more of this if possible, so.
This is what we're looking at?
Yep, but we lost it up here.
I took it off because
Oh,
he's
okay.
got control over them now.
Okay. Yeah, even if we can get it on those three. Mr. Olson, you got it on your
He's
computer?
got them.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's good.
That's good right there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And maybe, I don't know if you wouldn't mind driving, because there's, thank you. So, again, if we turn to page 4, I just want to highlight just a couple of the changes to the revised budget. As you can see in this list, there is a lot of different ESSER funds that have been either modified or added to the revised budget. I'm just going to briefly go through some of those, because some of those you have heard mentioned, and I just want to make sure you're all aware of that. We have $177,000 for mental health needs that came out of the ESSER 3 budget. $191,000 for testing, COVID testing. Rob was fortunate to get a couple buckets of money out of the ESSER 3 to the tune of about $165,000. When we approved the adopted budget back in June, we didn't know about the 2.45% increase that the state legislature gave us to the formula. So again, that amounts to just over $520,000. As we fine-tune the special ed budget, we added about $200,000 in the special ed budget. And as I mentioned earlier in my presentation when we were talking about enrollment numbers, we added 38 ADM that we're projecting to be above budget at the end of June. So that roughly is $260,000. What we see in the next three lines are just really adjustments. The ESSER 2 and the ESSER 3 buckets we had in the adopted budget, but they've been fine-tuned multiple times between June and as I sit here today. So because they were already in the budget, you will see additional dollars on both sides of that, so that you will notice that whatever we changed in revenue obviously gets changed in expenses for a net of zero. Okay. As we move down to the bottom on some of the expenditures, we had roughly $651,000 above and beyond the existing budget between all of the salary compensation packages that were approved earlier this year by the board. And so those split out into obviously all the different bargaining groups that settled in '22. We have just some minor salary and benefit changes from restricted to unrestricted. So they move out of a specific restricted bucket or grant and end up in the unrestricted budget. Some of those were admin costs that came out of a grant, as well as the FACES position that we took out of the general fund. And then the one at the bottom was a restricted revenue of $91,187 for operating capital, and that was approved by the board a couple months ago. As we look down out of our irrevocable trust, so for Fund 45, again, nothing really changed there. Just want to point out that we are going to take out the expenses, which is about $148,000 to $150,000 annually. And the balance of that is the implicit rate that we use to take out of the budget. Moving down to the food service fund, not a lot of changes there. We are operating on the seamless summer option. And so really, we knew that going into the calendar year. So there's not a lot of changes with the food service, at least at this point in time. Community education, they've got a couple grants that were renewed. So your Grow Your Own grant that you've heard them talk about. The No Kid Hungry grant that we just presented on a little while ago was in Fund 4, and that brought a little bit of extra revenue and expense again because it was a grant into Fund 4. And then preschool was awarded $100,000, almost $101,000 in additional ESSER funds that went directly for preschool programming for the summer, and that went again into community education. If you look down the building construction fund, as you recall last year, we recorded all the COP revenue in fiscal year 21. So all we're doing is continuing to spend down the expenses. As most of you have seen, the building looks really, really nice and be a great addition to Roosevelt. And we'll continue to spend those funds down for the rest of the project. We should have some leftover funds in excess of probably $500,000. And one of the things that they're looking at doing is upgrading the HVAC system, I believe. Wasn't that right?
A new boiler.
Boiler. Thank you, Richard. Boiler, and then a couple other smaller maintenance things that we're going to do with the balance of those funds. Internal Service Fund and the Irrevocable Trust Fund, no big changes with those in the revised budget. If you flip to the next page, where's my driver? Again, this chart just really shows, and it's really obviously hard to see up there, but it shows where we ended last year at 30, I can't even read this, 3102.
I think it's 3302.
3302, thank you. And then where we're down to is 3269 in the revised budget. On the next page, again, just really some summary documents, and you've seen these spreadsheets before. This one is a recap of the adopted budget that was approved in June, and you can see that we're projecting at that point in time in the unreserved or unrestricted budget $335,000 net loss. That's what was approved back in June. If you flip over a couple pages, you'll see the revised budget, which brings us up a couple $100,000 with a loss of about $88,362 as it stands today, with all of those items, as I mentioned earlier, taken into account. The other details back here are just some summary pages for the different funds. You can take a look at those as you wish. They all really just tie back out to the summary sheet that's on the screen right now. But if you have any questions on any of this, I would welcome those now. I'll try and answer them.
Board members? Any comments? Ms. Steves, any comments?
Nope, I'm good, thanks.
Superintendent Sesker, is there anything you would like to add to this?
Just a big thank you to Scott to put this all together. It's, again, good news. We're going the right direction with the budget this year.
Okay. So we have a motion by Mr. Olson and a second by Ms. Cavalier. Last call for any questions or comments. Okay, Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier?
Aye.
Richard Olson?
Aye.
Cassie Steves?
Aye.
Chad Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for that. This brings us to item 10C4, consider approval of the fiscal year 2022-2023 enrollment projections. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson, a second by Ms. Cavalier. Mr. Gerdes or Mr. Sesker, would you like to address this?
Yeah, I can just talk about it first and then certainly ask for details from Scott. But we did our enrollment projections. You can see that from where we are currently, we are averaging out at about 3,144.5 students, which is a drop of enrollment. I didn't do the math, Scott. If you look at the previous page, or the next page, from 22 revenue to 23 adopted, you do 3269 minus 3145.
124.
Thank you. 124 students less because of the graduation rate. We're graduating 300 kids. We're getting about 200 kindergartners. So then you obviously have a reduction of students. So that's the reason why the reduction.
Mr. Sesker and Mr. Gerdes, to get to this enrollment projection, just, the short version, if you will, how do you get there? You use many different models and you kind of sum them together and figure out an average. Is that correct? So,
yeah, I can go maybe a little bit farther into detail without taking too much time. So if you flip to the front page, I believe it's the top page in your document that you're looking at, you'll see a 1, 2, 3, and 4 across the top. The number one model is a model that is developed by Ehlers. You are familiar with them as our financial representative. And so they have a tool that we can use. And so on their tool, we have 4 different options, both straight averages, weighted averages. And their model really is based on a kindergarten enrollment, kind of where we're at today, moving forward, right? So that's how they base their model. Section 2 is a model that is used out of our analytical software. And again, they base theirs based on birth rates. And so they pull that data off the Department of Education website, and that's kind of how they start their model. Very similar, a little bit different. Models 3 and 4, so Model 3 is something that is based right directly from the Department of Education. Pull it right off their website and what their best guess is for fiscal year 23. And and number 4 is based off of our accounting software that we use, Smart Finance. And they have a model that they use, and that projection, when I calculated that, I used a different method for calculating kindergarten is based on capture rate. So historically, what percent of kindergartners do we use here? So kind of 3 different models of calculating kindergarten. And then you throw out the high and the low, and you take the average of the balance. So again, looking at the 2 ways, take out the high and low, you get 3145. You take all the averages, you get 3144 and a half. Pretty close, you're less than 1 off. So that's how we got it. Now, if you go out farther years, if you look at the last page, you can see that that number varies. You get a little bit off, we're off by 11 for the fiscal year 24, and 7, and again 11 for the subsequent years. So that's why we only do this 1 year at a time.
Thank you.
Was that quick enough?
So in other words, a good guess. I've said that before.
Pretty much, yes.
You go through it, it's a good guess.
Right.
Now, you're talking about kindergarten, but is there a reason why we're losing kids? Is it because of less birth rate, or they're not bringing their kids in at 2nd grade, 4th grade, 8th grade, 11th grade? Are they going someplace else, homeschooling?
So the one thing I can say to your question, if you look at kindergartner birth rates, they've been pretty steady over the last, I went back 6 years, okay? And our capture rate of those kindergartners varies between, I think it was 68.3% and just south of 72% over the last 6 years, with the, I think it was 71.7% being fiscal year 22. So the highest year, that we have with a big kindergarten class. So that, Richard, has been pretty consistent over the last, like I say, 6 years. So birth rates are consistent, our capture rate are consistent. I think we're just getting this year a few more kindergartners to come to Faribault schools than we have in the past. And that's why you see that increase of 38, 40, 40 kindergartners over what we projected this time when Andrew spoke last year.
So 28% is going someplace else.
Right.
Where are they going, and why are they going?
Well, a lot of them go to non-public schools. A lot of them open and roll out. As to why, I can't intelligently speak to that. Maybe they're on the boundary side. I don't know, Todd, if you have any.
Yeah, we've got that data, and we can get that printout to you, but we can't explain all those tonight. We're going to have, we'll be here for 3 more hours. We can talk about where they're going open enrolling. There's 6 different high schools in the community. There's a successful STEM program. Nurse Strand does a great job. So I would prefer to get that data to you later. I just don't have it.
Are we going to do some type of marketing? We talked about it before.
Mm-hmm.
We want to market ourselves.
Yeah, we've been doing that for the last probably 3 years, I believe.
Yeah.
We've seen Matt Steichen has done just an outstanding job of doing those pieces.
Mm-hmm. Online.
Yeah, and it's helped. We've gotten some more, even the 7-period day and the pathways that we created in the middle school to help with the high school, all those have been very, very successful. So we're making inroads.
And Todd, just one other thing too is we did hire that outreach individual that works out at McKinley.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and she's been great.
With the ESSER funds, and she's really been phenomenal trying to do a district-wide coordination of kindergarten enrollment processes and some additional marketing, Richard, to your point too. So.
Okay, you got 28% out there in our community. And are they, like you said, where are they going and why? That's
Well, we can pull that report off of the MDE website. It's like 6 pages or 7
Yeah, it's a
pages.
long page.
You know, fine print. So there's probably 100 different schools. Now, whether they're all kindergartners, I don't know that off the top of my head, but there's a lot of different places where people are going for various reasons, right?
Because
who
other
knows?
districts are, at the same time, they're meeting, and they're saying, is it 28% is going someplace else, like Northfield?
No, we lose more kids going out than coming in.
And that's what we have to stop.
We have been, yep. We've been correcting it with this PR and all the things that you guys have been approving lately. It's been actually very positive for some of the things that you guys have done.
Mr. Bellingham?
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order. We have a motion and a second to approve the enrollment projections. With, I believe, a few of these points are not germane to the motion, even though well noted, and it has been noted that that discussion can continue down the road or at another work session or another meeting. But I would like to, again, point out that we do have a motion and a second to approve the enrollment projections.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions?
Good way to cut off debate. Oh, incredible.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
This isn't a time for debate, Mr. Olson. We just need to vote on the motion, and Mr. Seska heard you. We talk about this topic frequently, and it would be great to see updated numbers and information, so.
Okay, so we do have a motion, we do have a second. Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves.
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for that. That brings us to item number 11, the Policy Committee minutes from February 1st, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Gerdes. Would anybody on that Policy Committee like to briefly touch on what took place?
I can start in, and anybody else feel free to chime in. These are basically policies that have changed as a result of MSBA reviewing them and their legal teams reviewing them to match the statutes that coincide with each of these different policies.
Okay, board members on there, would you like to add anything, or we'll move on?
It's pretty normal business.
Yep.
Pretty normal, just updates.
Yep, numbers and, yeah, exactly. Some of the terminology very,
Okay.
yep, pretty basic.
So that brings us, and once again, that the policy minutes are attached for anybody that wants to see that. That brings us to item 11A, which is to consider approval of the following policies. Typically, we do all of these in one motion, and I will be consistent with that unless somebody asks to pull one policy out. But consider approval of the following policies: 413, harassment and violence; policy 507, corporal punishment; policy 515, protection and privacy of pupil records; and policy 612.2, education of homeless children. I will entertain a motion to approve the 4 of those.
So moved.
We have a motion by Ms. Cavalier. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Cavalier, a second by Mr. Olson. Any further discussion on these policies? Hearing none, Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves.
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for that. That brings us to item number 11B. The following policies are presented for the first reading. Policy 534 is the school meals policy, and policy 404.1 is the staff admission to school events. It's just a report, so I would just open this up. Once again, these are attached, and I'd open it up for any questions or comments by any board members. Once again, this is the first reading. They'll come back if there's no issues or requests, and next month we will look for an action item. Okay, hearing none, we will move on to item 11C, which is the consider approval for rescission of the following policies. This is an action item, and once again, we will take all of these with one action unless anybody wants to pull out one policy. The first one is policy 304.11, severance pay. The second one is Policy 401.4, vacancies within the system. Policy 402.9 is evaluation. Policy 404.7 is leave of absence. Policy 405.6 is in-service education administrative procedures. Policy 405.7 is employee assistance program. Policy 454.2 is holidays, vacations, and sick leave. And policy 454.5 is workers' compensation insurance. I apologize. With that said, I will entertain a motion for approval for all of those policies.
Also move.
Second.
We have a motion for the approval of the rescission by Mr. Bellingham and a second by Ms. Cavalier. Any further discussion on these?
Yeah, just real quickly, these are old 1970s policies, outdated, they're all in the contract, so there's no reason to have them.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Sesker. Any other comments or questions, anyone? Hearing none. We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Ms. Cavalier. Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves.
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you for that. That brings us to item 12, 12A. 12 is other matters, and 12A is consider approval of Resolution 22-16, which is the filling school board vacancy by appointment. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson and a second by Ms. Cavalier. Further discussion on this, as everybody can see, the person selected is Ms. Leanne Lechtenberg, who is here in the audience with us, and so we appreciate your willingness to serve and you joining us tonight, so thank you. Would any of the board members that were on that committee like to say anything or not? I'd open it up to you if you would like to.
Mr. Chair, I would if I so may. So first of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Zavarall for the organization of the applications and the sending out of the questionnaire, or of the questions, and the getting the data to us. Second, I'd like to thank, there was a subcommittee, it was three of us, Mr. Olson, Ms. Cavalier, and myself. And so we met via Zoom after reviewing, we had about a week or so, I think, to review the applications and things, and we met via Zoom and talked and went over strengths and weaknesses, et cetera, and came to a unanimous decision, consensus, if you would, with that. Lastly, I'd like to thank all of them, all of those who applied. Your application was valued. You had great answers. It's interesting to see the depth of knowledge and interest within the district, so I thank you for that very much. So.
Okay, thank you for that.
Chair,
yes,
could
Mr.
Leanne come up?
She sure can. She sure can.
You have a couple words, maybe?
Well, Richard, I wasn't ready for that, but I didn't realize you guys were as popular as you were tonight. I pulled up into the parking lot expecting to come right in, and I'm impressed with how this was all handled, and our community for coming out and sharing their concerns, and I look forward to serving with all of you and for serving this community.
Wonderful, thank you.
That's awesome. We're glad to have you on board.
Thanks for the opportunity.
We're almost on board.
Yes, almost.
And then you'll be at the next voting meeting to be sworn in, right?
Yes, that's right.
March 28th. No, not necessarily. She will be at the March 28th meeting. So
Right,
yes.
that's what I meant.
So if we have a special meeting in between now and then, which we do on March 7th, she cannot participate in that until the 30-day window elapses due to state law. But yes, March 28th, and I think that's what you meant.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, I just wanted to say a couple more comments. I think it's just important I say out loud while we're in a public meeting, it was really important to Mr. Bellingham, Mr. Olson, and I that we followed exactly the same process that we followed when we had our last opening and when we ended up with Mr. Robichaud on the school board. I think given how complex times have been, it was particularly important that we followed the same precedent we had set that time, and I wanted to make sure everybody heard that kind of publicly. I have to just echo Mr. Bellingham. We were incredibly impressed that we had so many applicants and people care so deeply about this work. A variety of people, and it's just really nice to see people engaged, including, like you were saying, people coming here tonight. So, and I also would like to say publicly that I think Mr. Bellingham, Mr. Olson, and I surprised ourselves that we came to consensus together to bring forth a unanimous recommendation regarding this. So that was a very enjoyable meeting for us. For me, I won't speak for everybody.
Yeah, it didn't take too long, about 20 minutes, John,
Yep,
was that?
you did a good job.
I guess so, it wasn't timing it, but, yeah, no, it went well. It went well, it was
Yeah.
good, yeah.
But it's nice to have candidates, some districts can't fill positions. No one steps up at all, but here we had, I think, 7?
Yes.
7.
So it was great.
Which is good.
So thank you and welcome, and we hope to see you at the meetings in between, and then on the 28th,
Great.
we'll go from there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And once again, I would just like to thank Ms. Cavalier, Mr. Bellingham, and Mr. Olson for leading that charge and taking care of that subcommittee. Greatly appreciated. And to echo their thoughts, to thank all 7 people that were willing to serve on the board and express interest. And with that, this November, we obviously have election, and we have 4 seats that will be up for election, and so I would encourage everybody, if they still have an interest, to run at that time and consider running, so. Okay. What's that?
We need to vote, we had a motion.
Yep, we're getting there.
Sorry.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson, we have a second by Ms. Cavalier. Any further comments on this? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier?
Aye.
Richard Olson?
Aye.
Cassie Steves?
Aye.
Chad Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Ms. Steves, if you have anything you want to add, please unmute and chime in. If you're by any chance raising your hand physically or a Zoom raise your hand, I apologize as I'm not seeing it, so please just make sure you chime in if you have something you would like to say.
Good.
Okay, thank you. This brings us to item 12B, consider approval of boys golf and girls golf cooperative sponsorship with Bethlehem Academy. I will entertain, hang on a second here. Yes, I did say that right. I'm sorry. I saw an extra attachment, so I thought I was wrong there. But yes, this is the consider approval of boys golf and girls golf cooperative sponsorship with Bethlehem Academy. I will entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson and a second by Ms. Cavalier. Superintendent Sesker, or I believe Mr. Kleiner might be on. Is there anything that either of you would like to add that is not in front of us? It certainly appears this is numbers-based on our program, but I'll leave it up to you. Mr. Kleiner or Mr. Sesker?
Yeah, it's just strictly numbers. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kevin, you go.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. Thanks for considering this, school board members. The School Board Appreciation Week, thank you for all the work you do. This is, purely numbers-based to offer a program at the level it should be at. Our conference schedules varsity and Jake can help me, the letter indicates. We haven't been filling out all the spots. Minimum to complete fully would be 12 golfers, and we have not been anywhere close to that in the last few years. So this is to sustain our current program and hopefully grow it in the long run versus going in a slower downward spiral like it has been. So this is to rejuvenate it, hopefully to grow participation, and hopefully someday we have a separate middle school golf program versus being a 7th through 12th grade program like it currently is, so that kids are with and competing against the appropriate ability and age groups. Any questions or comments? I'd sure love to answer.
I have a question. I'm hearing the right things, but did we follow our tree that we established?
Yeah, the protocol that we had, yep. Yep, followed
Okay.
it.
Mr. Bellingham?
Well, that's the question I was going to ask. So for the members of the public who weren't aware of this, there is a procedure or practice, as we said, with this as to how we determine if we co-op with everyone. And within that practice, my understanding is we look at our numbers, and if we don't have enough participation numbers, then we seek out other schools within the area if they wish to co-op or participate in that sport. And it sounds like that procedure and that practice was followed. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you for clarifying for me, Mr. Bellingham.
Mr. Kleiner, I don't want to birdwalk too far on this, but this does play into this. However, it doesn't necessarily deal with Bethlehem Academy. Does this preclude us from potentially co-oping in these sports with any other schools if they were to reach out?
No, I just have to follow the high school process for that is to dissolve the current one and then add or reform a new one with whoever that may be. No, it's not exclusive to any sport of that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments, anyone? All right, we have a motion by Mr. Olson and a second by Ms. Cavalier. Hearing no further discussion, Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves.
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you for that. That brings us to item number 12C, consider approval of Strength Finders proposal for school board professional development. I will entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved. I was going to say second.
We have a motion by Ms. Cavalier. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Mr. Bellingham. Superintendent Sesker, would you like to add anything to this other than what's in front of us? I know Ms. Salmon was here
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, thank you. I think the biggest difference here is potentially doing a 4-hour session versus spread out over 4 meetings. And anyway, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, and she also included the cost of $1,500 there. So that is also included.
Okay. The one other thing that I would like to add, if this passes, is I would make a recommendation that we do this in April. And we do it then for the primary reason that Ms. Lechtenberg will then be part of our board. And I think it'd be very important that she be part of those conversations to just a great learning environment and with all of us other board members and mutually. So with that, other comments or questions? Any other discussion?
I was pretty anxious about the cost of this and sort of approving it tonight, and so I was really relieved to see how low the costs are for us to do some professional development for the year, which I think is really important that we participate in. So I was really relieved to see the price, so I appreciate that from Lisa. So.
Thank you. Mr. Bellingham?
Mr. Chair, if I may, so Mr. Sesker, would you remind us, so the funding for this, the board has professional development funds within the budget set aside, correct?
Yeah, and I haven't looked at it. Kathy, do you have any? We'd have to go back and check, but you're right. We do have professional development through MSBA, all the different things that you do through the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 meetings, things like that. I haven't looked at it to see where it is right now, but it's in your budget.
So with when and we have it, et cetera. So
Yep, yeah, you have it. It's part of it.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments or? Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Cavalier and a second by Mr. Bellingham. No further discussion. Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves.
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. That was item 12C. We are now on to 12D. Consider approval to change the mask procedure from required to strongly recommended. I will entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Second.
We have a, whoop, sorry.
Cassie.
We're going to give it to Cassie?
Sure, give it to
Okay.
Cassie.
Okay.
I'm impressed she can do it from the other location.
Mr. Olson made the motion, I'm sorry, I have to change this.
Mr. Olson and Ms. Steves.
Yeah, Mr. Olson made the motion, Ms. Steves made the second. Superintendent Sesker, would you like to talk a little bit more about this?
Again, pretty self-explanatory when you read it. Our numbers have gone down. They're not as low as what we'd really like them to be, but we feel that right now it's an appropriate time to lift the mask mandate.
Any other further discussion?
But the trend is going down. I mean, it's
Yeah, so like
falling rapidly, right?
last week it was at 550 or so per 100,000. I think today it was 250 per 100,000, something like that. There's actually a little link that I've sent you guys this before that you can just jump on there and you can actually track it. Yeah, we'd like to get it down below 50. That's ideal, and hopefully that trend is going to continue that way.
Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, if I may, so also I believe in the resolution, what we're voting on, it does say if the numbers, if this were to spike again, go back up, then we would go back, could go back to.
Yeah, there's two big criteria in there. If our ILI, so it's not just COVID, we use influenza-like illnesses,
Yes.
and that's pretty standard. If it hits 5% or higher, then we have the option of going back to masking. Or the other thing is, if we see a significant number of staff that are gone, that we can't have school, then we also have the option of going to distance learning. We just don't, if we don't have humans there, then we obviously can't teach kids. Yep, there are some caveats in there.
Any other, yes,
Yeah,
Mr. Olson?
What was the opinion of the ICC committee?
Oh, good question, thank you. ICC team was, I would say, the sense I got, they didn't vote on it because they want you guys to vote on this, but the sense I had is that the ICC team was also supportive of doing this too. The majority, not everybody, but the majority of the staff.
With that, what were the negative comments, if there was any? Like, why keep them, I mean,
Yeah, the main one was that we had set a threshold of 50 per 100,000, and that was one of the things that, similar to what the letter was that Mr. Bellingham just read, is that why can't we just hang on for another 3 weeks? Why would we do this now? So those were some of the I don't know if they're negative comments, those were the other side of the comments that people had. Very, very justifiable. There's still people concerned that their kids are not getting vaccinated. The vaccine's not out for all kids. And they're also concerned that not all the adults have been vaccinated yet either, and they could therefore then carry the virus. So there's really good discussion, I'd say, but overwhelmingly, I think most of it was pretty positive in that it's time for a change, and we're ready to make this optional for staff and students. Yep.
Any other comments?
I think it's pretty clear how I felt about this in the fall. It has been incredibly difficult to know that the number was 50 and to watch the numbers all winter and to feel like there was no end in sight. Was there movement, was there a recommendation from anyone was there a group from the ICT who wanted us to keep masks until the end of the year, or was most of it about till spring break, like you said?
No, I think most of it was, I'm just trying to recap it. I have it recorded too, so you're certainly welcome to the recording, but I would say, I mean, we really respect Rice County MDH and the tremendous work that they do to help us out. I would say that was the scientific angle, was to look at the data and illustrate the reasons why it's still important to mask and keep the masks mandated. The other side of it, I think there's just been a frustration with staff and students that they're still wearing the mask, and let's make it optional. And then also the other piece that somebody pointed out was, you know, the people who have had the shots, who have boosted, they can still mask. And at now, it's the person who's not vaccinated and not wearing the mask are at risk, even though the other ones are still at risk too. But they just felt that there was a sway now to the people who have had the vaccinations and the masking, and then why are they being put in this situation because everybody else is not doing that same thing. But like I said, a lot of conversation went all over. When I asked the comment about how do you feel about masking, the majority of the people said, we're ready to let it go now and then make it optional.
Mr. Chair, yeah, recently in the news that people are saying that CDC, they're withholding data from the nation. And so we weren't, like the counties, we're not getting the correct information. Is that what you're hearing out there too? Or
No,
is it starting to come out that they're not telling us the truth?
Yeah, I've worked with, the people we work with at the county have, I mean,
Well, I'm
all the
not
way from
getting
Sarah.
anybody at the county, but they get the information
From CDC.
CDC.
Yep. But we also do our own analysis countywide and citywide, and even the school. If you look at our data, school-wide, that has gone down dramatically too. So as far as the politics, I don't get into that whole piece of it. I just listen to what our county workers are telling us and giving us the great advice that they're getting, and I have no reason not to trust them. They're just tremendous people.
But they're based their information on CDC guidelines.
Well, they're professionals. It's like if you go to a house, I mean, if somebody said the house is okay and you go in there and you inspect it, find something different, you're going to probably change that opinion. I'd say the same thing happens with our Rice County workers. If they're going through data and it's not correct, they're going to make that change and respectfully illustrate that to us. So I really do trust what Rice County's telling us.
Incredibly grateful
Yeah.
for all of their work over the last several years. It's been a really tough time.
Appreciate the conversation. I would just like to briefly thank the students and the staff for going through with the mask policy the way it was. And obviously it's not the most convenient and the most comfortable, but they did it in what I would say flying colors. So thank you very much to all the students and staff. With that said, we do have a motion by Mr. Olson and a second by Ms. Steves. Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier,
Aye.
Richard Olson,
Aye.
Cassie Steves,
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Just on that front, Superintendent Sesker, since that was approved, there will be a communication sent out tomorrow morning, later tonight, depends what time we get out of here, if it's morning or night, so.
I'm seeing if Matt's online. Matt will be, he is online. He's in person online. He's right there. Yeah, thanks, Matt.
You had already notified families that this was coming, though, Mr.
Yeah,
Sesker,
we
right?
did.
We
Yeah,
got we got an email last week about that.
Yeah, we sent that out. Yep.
Thank you. Just want to make sure. The next item is 12E, consider approval of Resolution 22-14 in support of the Congressional IDEA, or IDEA, Full Funding Act. I will entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Yes, second, yes, second. Thank you.
We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham. I think that was a second by Ms. Cavalier.
Oh, my goodness.
A lot of seconds.
Superintendent Sesker, would you just briefly touch on this?
Yeah, since 1972, the federal government passed a law called Individuals with Disabilities Act, where all students with all disabilities should be equally served in our school district. And thanks to Rob Daynert and his team of our special education staff, they just do an outstanding job with these kids. And they deserve, every single kid deserves a right to have an education. The only difficulty is that there's a huge gap between the funding, and every year it's gotten worse and worse and worse. So to educate the students in our school district with special needs, we have what's called a cross-subsidy. And what that means is I have to take money out of the general fund in order to provide services for these great kids. And 20 years ago, the cross-subsidy might have been maybe $100,000, and it was pretty easy to supplant some of the general fund money. This year alone, it's $5.3 million. So I have to take $5.3 million out of our general fund, and we have to send that over to our special education department so we can educate all of our kids in Faribault. And if you noticed, when Scott pointed out the changes in the budget, did you see the 2.45% number? Do you remember what that was? $529,000. That was the revenue that we received from the state. Guess where it went? It didn't go to general ed, didn't go to regular programs, didn't go to anything like that. It went to help offset the cross-subsidy for special education. So this resolution would put the federal government's feet to the fire and have them come up with that money for us so we don't have to go out and continually try to pass operating levies. So this is a great resolution. MSBA supports it. They'd like us to approve it in order to show a strong stance that this is really, really important for all school districts in Minnesota, not just Faribault.
So just to add on a little of the history, and it's written in this resolution, so anyone who can see this can read about this online. But when IDEA was first enacted as federal legislation, I believe the federal government was supposed to fund 40% of special education programs. And this resolution says that 45 years later, the current federal investment in IDEA is less than 14%. Which means for 45 years, after saying the federal government would fund up to 40% of the national, of the costs, we're only funded at 14%.
That's correct.
And it's never been 40%, correct?
No.
You laugh at me, just clarifying that. So one more question, can you explain what happens when you make a resolution like this? What does MSBA or the state do with it?
Yeah, it's very similar to when we did the LTFM thing. The MSBA will bring it, they'll bring it to the lobbyist and see all these school districts have approved this resolution. We should really consider funding at least a partial part of the cross-subsidy for all schools in Minnesota. It would be it would just be the greatest thing since sliced bread if this could be the last thing that I got through. Yes.
Yeah, I brought this up as a delegate many years ago.
Yep.
And it's, everybody, of course, agreed. So I don't know where it went.
It's when you talk to politicians too, they all agree it's a great idea to fully fund it, but when it gets into the legislation, you start putting the dollars together, then nobody seems to support it. But
We shouldn't have to vote on it. It should be a permanent yes.
yeah, it should be.
It should be
And these kids, the kids that we educate, we're doing a great job with our students with special needs. And again, I just want to emphasize that we will educate these kids no matter what. So.
Okay. Any other items of discussion on this? Thank you for that information and the conversation. We do have a motion by Mr. Bellingham and a second by Ms. Cavalier. Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves.
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for that. That brings us to item 12F, consider approval of the 2021-2023 FEA Memorandum of Agreement. We'll entertain a motion to approve this.
Also move.
I can second.
We have a motion by Mr. Bellingham, a second by Ms. Cavalier. Superintendent Sesker, would you share a little more on this, please?
Yeah, actually, John did a good job of summarizing it the last time. You just want to summarize it? It's a mutual agreement with both FEA and administration and board.
That's correct. It's an agreement, so if a teacher, well, this one back when there used to be the Rule 90, but if a teacher reaches retirement age or retirement qualifications or criteria, I guess what I'm trying to say is the district would contribute their portion and the teacher's portion of the TRA and $400 a month toward insurance, so the teacher can retire. And with that, so say if a teacher wants to retire in November, January, April, for the end of the school year, what it does is it allows to fill that position at the beginning of June, July, August, the beginning before that. Crunch the numbers, it probably saves the district money by the time we're done. It's not a replacement, and provides continuity within the classroom of having the same teacher throughout, which is very crucial there.
Yeah, it's a benefit for both FEA and for the district.
Any other comments or questions regarding this?
Ms. Yocum, did I do okay on that explanation? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we should thank Nicole for
I was going to say she's
doing all this, so thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Bellingham and a second by Ms. Cavalier. Hearing no further discussion, Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves.
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you for that. The next item is item 12G, consider approval of the ESSER reductions. that's in front of us, and I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. I'm not as excited about that one as I was the last one.
We have a motion by
Sorry.
Ms. Cavalier. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Mr. Bellingham. Superintendent Sesker, would you like to walk us through this?
Yeah, so, and I don't know if you want to put that on the big screen too.
Yeah, I think that'd be
It might
great, this
pretty-
one and the
Yeah,
next
so
one.
people can see that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Casey.
I know we
Sorry.
have, for
I just-
the community and the people here in the room, we have reviewed this. We saw it for the first time, I believe, a couple weeks ago at the work session.
So I can, while Casey is putting that up there, I can explain briefly. Basically, ESSER's a grant, and whenever the grant goes away, then we take away those services for it. The main reason for the grant was to increase student learning, and we saw from the last presentation from Tracy and others that that is working. And then also, we had to help support some of our mental health, social, emotional pieces and things like that from the district for this year. There's also some one-time expenditures that we had in the ESSER amount that helped us with some of our spaces. And so when you have those expenditures, and then when that revenue goes away, like the ESSER will go away in a couple of years, then we have to take away those expenditures. And so our suggestions were on there. You can see the elementary reductions for the staff. These were the teachers that were added last year. And then, so we would pull those back now, so the class sizes will go up a bit. And then also we had a social worker in that ESSER dollar amount, and then we would take that piece out. We still have about $5 million worth of ESSER expenditures in next year, and then you guys will have to address that following spring. So again, it's part of the grant, and so when the grant starts going away, then you have to start pulling those expenditures away. It's an apples to apples comparison. But I will say that the investments that we did make, we are seeing some good gains in our students. It's going to take a while. That pandemic and the distance learning that we did for about a year, that had a lot of effects on students, not only academically, but also mentally and socially. So these are our recommendations. You guys have seen this. If you have any specific questions, I'm sure we can bring any of the cabinet members to help explain some of those. But those would be the recommendations to make those adjustments for next fall.
Thank you for that, Superintendent Sesker. Board members, questions?
Mr. Chair, so these employees knew exactly what was coming, right?
Yeah, and likewise, the follow-up, the $5 million that we have of expenses for next year and the year after, they also know that those are part of the ESSER grant.
Other questions or comments?
Has the team already decided where the 9 teachers are coming from, or do we still have, are there sort of criteria to figure out where and who and what schools, or is it kind of evenly distributed?
It is based on the numbers that we put into ESSER. So we put more money into elementary, so likewise, you have to pull more expenditures out of elementary.
Oh,
And
yes,
some of the additions in those, is that what you're talking about?
No, I understand that, but it says there's 9 elementary reductions, so
Yeah.
I assume that's going to match sort of how they were
Yes.
allocated into the schools?
Yes, exactly, yep. And we give the principals a little bit of leeway to put in, if there's a higher class size in one, then they can
Yep.
go ahead and shift those things around. Yep, that's correct.
Were these devised by the cabinet or you or the principals?
It was we started with leadership, and then we brought in the principals and the building leads, and they all had feedback and gave us input on this. So it is one big team, and we all left out of the room agreeing on these
Did it go down to
particular.
the staff level or not?
Well, it does. That's kind of where you guys are getting some, that'll be the next option, because these are grants, and there's really not much wiggle room for the grants. The next one would be that question that would come up, and we can talk a little bit about that. But these are basically tied to the grant.
Other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, we do have a motion by Ms. Cavalier and a second by Mr. Bellingham to consider the approval of the ESSER reductions. With that, Mr. Bellingham, will you please do a roll call?
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves,
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item on here is going to be item 12H, general fund reductions. And to be honest with you, I think we should maybe take about a 5 or 6 minute break before that, just to stretch and refresh if you need to. I think that's going to be some really good, hard, difficult conversation. And so I would entertain a motion for about a 5-6 minute recess. We'll reconvene at 8:20.
So moved.
And I'll second.
Oh. Give it to John.
Sorry.
Sorry, that was Ms. Cavalier and then Mr. Bellingham.
Yep.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Bellingham, you have to do a roll call.
Oh, sorry, forgot about that. Okay,
He's ready to go.
Yeah, literally. John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves.
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we'll take about a
Thank
5-6
you.
minute recess.
Thanks, Chad, for thinking of that.
That's because I had to go. That's why.
He's ready to go.
I've been sitting here since.
I know.
We will move back into our regular session, and with that, I will entertain a motion to convene the recess and move back into session.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Olson, a second by Ms. Cavalier. Any further discussion? Mr. Bellingham, please.
John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson.
Aye.
Cassie Steves.
Aye.
Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Motion passes, Mr. Chair, 5-0.
Okay, this brings us to item 12H, general fund reductions. This is simply a discussion. And with that, Superintendent Sesker, will turn it over to you, and you can go from there.
Yeah, thank you very much, board members. This is our first glance at the general fund reductions that we are examining and discussing tonight. And I have Nicole, Tracy, and Scott up here. They've prepared a presentation. It's involved a lot of time, a lot of hours, a lot of great feedback from not only you guys, but also from our staff. So this is discussion. You will probably see some other folks not chiming in, but sending you information about where they feel the priorities are, and that's great. And we like to see those emails too from staff members if they have other suggestions as we go through this whole process. But this is your first glance at it. Based on the parameters that you gave us, we set out to make reductions in the amount of $1.5 million of the $1.9 million deficit, and also an option to look at $1 million. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to whoever's going to start. So, and why don't you guys introduce yourselves just so the audience knows who you are and what your positions are.
So I'm Scott Curtis, the Director of Finance and Operations.
Tracy Corcoran, the Director of Teaching and Learning.
And I'm Nicole Yoakum, Human Resources Director.
So we're going to start with just a recap of the last one here, just real quick. We just went through and you guys just approved these. Just wanted to just remind you, everybody here, that half of these reductions roughly are just one-time reductions, right? So no staffing involved with the top half of this report. So if we move into general fund reductions, or is what Nicole is calling phase 2, I give her the credit. Just as a review, so last time we were together and we talked about this, Ms. Corcoran led you guys through a sticky note exercise, is what I call it, probably more formal term than that, to come up with some ideas, right? And the next day, I believe Ms. Corcoran led the entire leadership team in this room of 40-some people through that same exercise. And so what we did there is we took your ideas and we took all of the leadership's ideas and we accumulated them into one big list. And then from there, kind of took out duplicates, took out the things that were really non-financial related, and came up with all the ideas that then we thought started sorting through. So to Todd's point, as he mentioned earlier, it was a complete group effort on all of our parts. And then again, to shoot for that target of the 1.5 million as directed by the board last time we met. So again, you guys have seen this slide probably about an hour ago. Again, just looking at the enrollment projections and our downward trend. The next slide here, just to talk about a little bit, is we showed this slide a couple different iterations at the last board meeting. This slide is a very similar layout. It assumes a assumption of 2%, which we know is real for this year, or for next year, excuse me, and then 0, 0, 0 moving across. And then the top half of that slide shows budget reductions in the amount of $1 million, and then you can see what the deficit would be for 23 and beyond, and again, what the fund balance would be both in terms of dollars and in terms of percentage right below that. On the bottom half of the screen, we have, again, the $1.5 million. And again, you can see what the fund balance would do, would be both in terms of dollars and percentages, again, as we travel below. The one other thing I did want to point out that Todd mentioned earlier, when you hear the 2% or the 2.5%, that's only about 2% on top of about 60% of our revenue in the general fund. right? It's only on the general fund formula. It is not on any restricted buckets of money or any grants or anything else where we get usually zeros. So, that being said, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Nicole, and she'll talk about the next couple slides.
Thank you, Scott. So as Scott alluded to just a few minutes ago, we did conduct that same project with our leadership team that we did with you folks on February 7th. And when we did that exercise, we found a lot of commonalities between your ideas and also our leadership ideas. Three of the main things that kind of boiled to the top would be the idea of reconfiguring our elementary schools, looking into closing a building, also combining our Area Learning Center with our Falcons Online Academy program, and then adjusting our class sizes. There was about a list of 30 to 40 with each different group, but those were the things that continued to boil to the top with the same themes. So using that information along with all of our other data, we really saw that we know that in the future our enrollment is declining, and it will be for at least the next 4 years, just based on the number of kindergartners coming in versus the number of 12th graders that were graduating. So there's a big decline within those pieces for the next 4 years. Also, we're looking at our revenues not keeping up with our expenses. The inflation in the labor market right now is very unstable, and then education is rapidly changing, and that happens year after year after year for us. So we had some out-of-the-box ideas just for our community in general, and a few things that have come up a few times over the past few years. And the first one is to look into reconfiguring our elementary schools. And then also the idea of developing a pre-K center within our community. Next, we just put together a what if we did look into reconfiguring, what would that look like for us? And also trying to combine the idea of a pre-K center. Could we do both of those things if we were interested in that? So this chart that you see up there shows what that would look like. Now keep in mind, this includes taking our 5th graders and moving them on to our middle school. Because our enrollment is also declining at our middle school, there's plenty of capacity there to move that additional grade level up there. There's also some really cool ideas of offering opportunities to those younger kids in terms of exploratory classes and pathways at a younger age and so forth. So looking at this example, it really provides, because it provides some opportunity for increased time for our staff and our students to collaborate at each grade level. It also helps us create more equitable and manageable class sizes. If you see there, it's showing a cap, if you will, of 20 in kindergarten, 20 in 1st grade, 22 2nd grade, and 22 3rd grade, and then 23 in 4th grade, which are some pretty nice size classes for elementary school kids. And then also the idea of creating some schools of excellence within this model. So right now, we have some dominant populations at each elementary school, and so they're really not evenly distributed between our 3 current traditional models, and so this gives us some opportunity to really evenly distribute all of our students. Okay? So moving on from there, we did look at what is what's our reality for next year? What's it going to look like if we continue on with our traditional model? So the chart that you see up there shows you each of our 3 elementary schools and what we're actually projecting in terms of our enrollment for next year. And so if you look at it, most of the class sizes are fairly manageable. They're definitely not equally distributed between each grade level. And then we do have one pocket within Lincoln at our 4th grade where our class sizes jump up to 27, and so that is concerning for us to have that high of class, or excuse me, that many students within that 4th grade section. So looking at those different ideas and our traditional model, we are able to look at some adjustments within our elementaries within the traditional model. So we have an overall enrollment decline projected for next year of 2 students. Within our changes, we can see that we could potentially reduce 2 additional FTE at our elementaries, along with 3 specialists, 3 interventionists, and 1 para. So that gives us a savings of $590,000.
Ms. Yocum, to
Yes.
just confirm, this slide is how our existing schools are today, correct? As in a K through 5 at 3 elementaries?
Yes,
Okay,
this is what it would look like if we were to continue with this 22, 23 traditional model class sizes.
Thank you.
That incorporates those into that model.
And that, the previous page, Nicole, reflects those reductions, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Let's just clarify that for a minute. This slide, 22, 23 traditional model class sizes, already has 2.0 classroom FTE
That's
pulled
correct.
out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can one of you explain how this results in the 3.0 specialist is across the district, and the 3.0 interventionist is across the district, right?
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit about how, with a decline of only 2 students across the whole elementary district, how we can cut 3 specialists and 3 interventionists? Or like, just so how do you see that happening?
So in terms of, so I'm going to talk about those in 2 different ideas. So for our specialists, for instance, we right now have 5 specialists per elementary building. Those 5 specialists provide a prep period for all of our elementary sections. Within that schedule, when we have 5 specialists, that provides enough prep for 24 teachers, 24 sections with 1 additional hour a week. So, because one specialist can provide 5 preps per day. So now, if you look at this chart again, you can see that Roosevelt is going down to 18 sections, Jefferson is at 20, Lincoln is at 19, so they all have less than 20 or less, so they can get away with 4 specialists to provide 20 preps per week. Does that make sense?
Yes, but that's not why we have specialists. So can you like go in the,
Yep.
there's like a educational reason why we have this specialist?
Yes.
I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. So now, can you provide the instructional curriculum services from the specialists for the?
Maybe I'll have Tracy.
Yes.
Yeah,
thank you.
thank you, Nicole. I totally understand the logic you're coming from. I'm sorry I said it the way I said it.
Yeah, no, I think it's important to see
Okay.
both sides of it, because what we wanted to do was respond to the reduction in specialists, or reduction in sections. So the specialist, we would still prioritize PE, so students would still have access to 2 days of physical education in their rotation. The conversation right now, if we move to this reduction, we would move to a 4-day rotation. Right now, students are on a 5-day rotation. And what we're talking about, which actually this conversation started this fall, is revisioning our media centers and creating more of a collaborative space that allows for infusion of the digital arts, the media arts, as well as like more of a STEAM-minded kind of approach. And then we'd be able to also offer art and music as a component of that rotation. And so that's where, again, we are waiting kind of on the full picture of what the teaching and learning side is going to be once we know what the reductions will be, as well as what our staffing will be, because we really want to play to the strengths of our specialists. And we have some really great staff in those positions, thinking outside the box and really taking more of an integrated and STEAM approach to our specialist opportunities.
Okay, how about the interventionists?
Yep, so then the interventionist, following a similar thought process, when we have reductions in our sections, we want to be mindful of the class sizes. In addition to that, next year we'll have our win time model, and so that's going to allow for targeted instruction and interventions happening 30 minutes every day, and that's all kids have access to that. And so it actually creates an efficiency for us, so we don't need an interventionist per grade level. We actually can pool all of those resources into that 30-minute block, be more targeted around what the data is telling us kids need, which hopefully accelerates kids out of the need for intervention back into core as their priority, and then offering enrichment as well in that time.
Does a reduction of 3.0 interventionists mean there are still interventionists?
Yes, it does.
Okay, will you talk to us
Yes,
a little bit
so
more about that?
Even with the 3 interventionist FTE, every elementary school will still have 3 full-time interventionists per building.
Thank you.
Good question, thanks.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, so Ms. Corcoran, when you said, I liked it how you said data, so we look at the data and see where we're going to go. Who gathers that data and then analyzes it and provides the direction in which we're going at that,
Yep.
which they're going at that time?
So I feel like that's a multifaceted question.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
We looked at some data just last month. So that's really looking at the trends of the data district-wide, looking at it by building, but I think the question around who's doing this work is really those PLCs. And so those are the classroom teachers in conjunction with the interventionists, but really trying to empower our classroom teachers to be the decision makers around knowing their students and understanding what interventions they need. And then the interventions are there, or the interventionists are there to deliver those interventions. So data is a flexible and fluid process, including all stakeholders. So EL's involved in that, SPED's involved in that. But we want it to really live with those classroom teachers, so that way they can make sure that their students are getting the services that they need.
So it will be within the PLC that the data is gathered by the teacher and then shared, and a plan come up within the team that's working on those?
Yes.
Thank you.
And board members, we do have building leadership here as well, and we can certainly ask them questions as we go through this presentation if needed or wanted, so thank you.
Can I ask another question? I'm sorry. So does that mean that 3 specialists would be the media specialists? Like, is that the plan, or it would be, because you said prioritize physical education, prioritize maintaining that number of physical education, sorry, not prioritizing physical education, but just tell me a little bit about, like, what does it mean to reduce 3.0 specialists?
Yep, and that's, again, that's continued conversation with our building leaders. And so they would actually have some autonomy around who and or which position makes the most sense for their building.
Okay, thank you.
I think too, Tracy, I want to follow up on that question because it's a really good question. You know, for many, many years, we've been stuck in silos. We've got math, we have science, we have social studies, and we've been gradually moving into a standard-based type of a school district, which is the right direction, because maybe I can have my auto mechanics person teach math or do some of those other standards that are covered. But we just talked about reviewing the standards of each of the specialists and where can those all be located. They don't have to be located in a siloed classroom. They can be located in some of those rooms that you were just talking about, where we can offer some of those standards and have those covered by those specialists.
Yep. Do you prefer specific questions to the elementary budget adjustments now or at the end once you go through this? Doesn't matter? Okay. I've got a whole host of questions, but they run the gamut from elementary to middle school to high school and the entire district. So I'll wait. You keep going, and I'll go from there. Thank you.
Okay, so now moving on to our middle school, we look at this data as well, and we have an overall decline of 30 students is what we're projecting for next year. So working again with our middle school administration, we have come up with a decrease of 1 paraprofessional, 1 teacher, and also a 0.4 in our orchestra area, for a total reduction of $138,000.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so elementary, you're cutting 590, and at the middle school, 138,000. Why? You're hitting pretty hard on the elementary level. That's where it's really critical, right?
Yeah, and if I can just talk a little bit to that. We looked at the class sizes, remember those first two slides? And we need to be responsible fiscal agents too. So, I mean, we can have small class sizes, which is ideal. Actually, we found out that sometimes too small class sizes can also have some negative effects. So we're trying to gauge reasonably where you guys would like to be, maybe at the elementary classrooms, and start thinking about that too when we end these discussions and maybe next week. Where do you want to see your class sizes for elementary school? Not looking at, I know it looks like a distribution it's out of proportion, and Scott's going to show some percentages here in a second with that, but I think that looking at the larger picture, you want to look at what do we envision our schools to look like with class sizes, and also the same question with the middle school. If you make these reductions, what do those class sizes look like in the middle school? What are the takeaways? What are the disadvantages of making these reductions too? So, I mean, all those kind of go together. So it's not an exact science. And actually, when you see the administrative reductions too, you'll see those percentages. And again, you'd ask the same question. Why are we cutting administration so much when we have all these other pieces in there? So if you can hang on for just the end on that and hold that question again, Mr. Olson, and then ask it again, then it might give you a little bit more perspective. So just be patient. Okay. But ask it again.
Write that down.
I did.
Okay, so moving on, we now are looking at our high school and our ALC, and we combine those two buildings together when we look at our enrollment, because a lot of kids do go from one to the other. And in this area, we are projecting a decline of 22 students. So with that, the high school administration has proposed a 4.0 reduction in their FTE at the high school for a savings of $280,000. Okay, so next we look at our administrative adjustments. Now on here we have, I'll just do a little bit of explaining for this. So our first item on here you'll see is a reallocation of 62% of a salary for an individual. Now this is as a result of Mr. Daynard being able to shift some of that salary towards his budget. We do have the hopes that we'll have some additional funding coming within the next couple of months, because we know that mental health is a priority of the state as well. So we kind of have that in the back of our minds, but if that doesn't pan out for us, Mr. Daynard is able to shift some of that salary to his budget, which will give us a savings of $84,000. The next item is looking at revising our Area Learning Center and Falcons Online coordinator, dissolving those two positions and creating one new principal position that would oversee both programs together. That would realize a savings of $95,000. Now, along with that, our structure currently allows for a full-time secretary to support our area learning program, and a full-time secretary to support our Falcons Online program. We would look at combining those positions a little bit as well to create one full-time secretary and then one part-time OP2 secretary. So they would have a little bit of a different level of support for those, for that building, or excuse me, for that program as well, with a savings of $25,000. The next item is a proposal to dissolve our workforce development coordinator of $135,000. Next, we have a proposal to dissolve our student success coordinator of $135,000. Next, we have a proposal to dissolve our middle school activities coordinator of $11,800. And then last, we are looking at, we have a natural increase to our ADSES budget cap of $7,400, and we would use that as well to offset additional things within our general fund. So it gives us a total administrative adjustment of $493,213. So next is just a summary, again, to look at all these different items. We did break out the elementary classrooms, elementary interventionists, and then elementary specialists, but combined, that is a total of $590,000. Middle school is a total of $138,000, high school and ALC, a total of $280,000, and administration, a total of $493,000 to get to our target of $1.5 million. Okay, and then the next chart we just put together to give you a visual of the total adjustments by level, to show you that, so at the elementary right now, and all of these, just keep in mind, exclude anything that we've done with ESSER. This is just our general fund reductions. So our elementary levels would realize a 4.32% reduction, our middle school a 2.67% reduction, high school and ALC is 3.17% reduction, and our administration is a 13.41% reduction. And then our next slide just shows you that same data on a graph with it for a different visual. And so now we talk about next steps, and also this would be a really good time to talk through your questions, your ideas, and what our plan will be moving forward.
So just to get the ball rolling here, first of all, thank you to our cabinet for pulling this together. This does meet the needs of the school board, although it may change. We realize that based on some of the feedback and the information that you have. We purposely made the 1.5 target so that if you wanted to go down to the million like was talked about before, you can certainly take some of those pieces off that you disagree with, understanding that we still have a gap there. So just keep that in mind as you have those discussions. So please fire away. We just need your feedback. So thank you very much for listening, and thank you guys for presenting.
Thank you for putting this together. Anybody in this room and anybody watching online, if seeing this and hearing this doesn't make you feel sick, I don't know what does. This is ugly stuff to eliminate somewhere in the ballpark of $1.5 million, or give or take on the upside of that or the downside of that. I think there is very little meat on the bone, or excuse me, very little fat on the bone, if you will, to cut. And so this is at the meat and the core of instructional stuff, and that will, without a question, impact students. So thank you for putting this stuff together. Board members, I'll open it up for all of your questions. I've got a whole host of them, and maybe some of you will ask some of them. But I'll open it up to all of you if you want to start asking questions. And once again, we do have building leadership here. If you have any pointed questions for anybody, they can feel free to please chime in if you would. So, Mr. Olson?
Yeah, I'm really not liking the reductions at elementary.
Mm-hmm.
That's so critical. I mean, for a lot of different reasons, reading, writing. I mean, that's where it is. You're not going to learn to read in middle school or high school.
Yep.
So I'm not liking that, but again, I mean, there's just so much here, so many questions, like Chad's got a million questions. Where there's this student success, didn't we change that name? What was it before?
Equity coordinator. That was with Sam Oak.
Sam, that's
Yep.
Sam. Now, are we eliminating that?
According to this, yep.
And that position's also our EL director, correct?
Correct.
So this is that we won't have an EL director or what?
According to this, if the board approves these in a couple of weeks, then that is correct. We will not have an EL coordinator.
So I want to build off of that. We would
Yep.
have to reallocate those duties to existing administration, because by law, we do need an EL coordinator, but it would dissolve that position, and all of the great work that's being done through that role would have to go to some other leadership. So whether that's a building principal, cabinet.
When you give these duties to other people, then they want more money. Does it change their?
That's a Nicole question. Would that change the job duties and qualifications for the principals if they took these on?
It wouldn't change it significantly, no.
Mr. Olson, I would counter with, if they have time to take these on, which I don't believe they do because I think their plates are pretty full, does the success we've had in this continue, or what gets pushed off the plate because the plate can only be so full, right? I think that's an important piece, whether it's this or anything else that gets added to leadership's plate, building leadership's plate or other leadership.
Can a board member or whatever on the administrative add, not a name, no names, just a position to be cut or dissolved, that's your word, right?
Can you say it one more time? Sorry.
In other words, could the board suggest something else on administrative?
Yeah, I think that, that was kind of what that sticky note thing
Right.
deal was that we put together for that whole piece of it. But the answer is yes. And then the follow-up will be, if you have some other ideas, we don't want to name names or positions at this time, I would just email them our way, because then what we do is we put these together with cabinet, and then we come back the next week with that common
And
proposal.
with this position, we could say, what's the wages and benefits?
That's correct. Yep, exactly. Yep. But that'll be my follow-up at the end, is if you have suggestions like that, they have ideas that maybe we haven't thought of, send them our way, and then we'll take a look at it, analyze it.
Is there anything sacred with any position?
Actually,
protected?
that's a good question, because remember we have those $5 million worth of grants, the ESSER? So anything that's covered with ESSER or other grants doesn't do anything for us. So we can't really use those as part of reductions. We have to just focus on the general fund. Whomever or whatever position is covered by the general fund, those are the only options we have. I jokingly told these guys after they've gone through that, and remember, we only have 8% of our budget is administration right now. It's the lowest in the Big Nine. We spend fewer dollars on administration than all the Big Nine schools that we have out there. So when we make those different reductions, they're going to be pretty painful, and we have to be careful that we don't try to reduce another area because it's going to be covered by a grant, quite honestly. There really isn't any other administrators out there that you can cut, because then what you're doing is you're just cutting a grant, and you're not saving any money in the general fund anymore. Unless you want to cut principals. If you want to go to 2 elementary principals instead of 3, or if you want to go to the high school principal being 6, 12, things like that you can do that don't make, for a school our size, it'd be pretty difficult to do. But that's really what you're limited to now in administration. But if there's something that we're not thinking about, email me, then I can give you that.
Superintendent Sesker, just following up on that, you just mentioned we are the lowest in the Big Nine in terms of percentage. We're also, per our audit, we are under the state average by a couple percentage points as well, I believe, in our administrative spend. So just be aware of that.
Yeah, we are. We know.
How do we know if it's under general fund or a grant position, in other words, it doesn't come out of our, how would I know that?
I think that if you have an idea of what position you want, just fly it my way, then I'll just talk to Scott, because I don't know all the time either. I have to talk to these guys and ask if it's covered with a grant or if it's general fund, then I'll just send it back to you and let you know.
Because you mentioned the old Sam Oak position. I think it's okay to mention.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Sam was great. He did a great job for the district. Yeah.
Workforce development, that's so critical, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. And Molly's back there, and she's an outstanding staff member. Yeah. I didn't say that they're not going to hurt.
What's that? We had, I'll mention it, but Brian Coleman, what was he?
Same as Molly. Yep. Same position.
Workforce Development Coordinator.
Yep. Same thing.
And that was quite successful.
It is. And it's gaining some great momentum now, too. And if you talk to Nort down at the chamber, it's been a huge asset for not just us, but also our business partners in town.
Then why are you suggesting that?
Because you guys told us to make $1.5 million worth of cuts.
So was something like this, you threw a dart on a...
No, I'm pretty sure this position was on the cuts last year, too. On our first.
We did talk about it last year, yep, but no, it would...
at the end of the day, we only have so many administrative positions.
Yeah.
I can't justify any of the reductions as being a good thing for the district. So anything that you're looking at reductions, as you said, Chad, there's just not much fat on the
I
bone.
think our future superintendent's going to donate his salary back.
There you go. Yeah.
Just a
We asked if you could cut the superintendent. We checked with legal, and they said, no, you can't cut.
But that's sure nice of him to donate his salary.
That was very nice of them.
So
Thanks,
let's
Jim.
keep moving on with other questions
Sorry.
if we can, just, no, you're fine. Mr. Bellingham, you have a few questions?
Yes. So somewhere along the line, I've had a lot going on the last month or two here, but at one point, did we not say we were in deficit of 1.9 million?
Mhm.
And so, but the board came up with a 1.5.
Mhm.
So we still have 400,000, let's say, out there to kick the can down the road if we could for next year.
If you want to, yes. Yep,
Well-
just, I got to step in here. I'm going to step in for Scott.
Good.
Remember,
I need to get this clear first.
Yeah, I just want to remind you that we kicked the $800,000 down the road last spring.
Yeah.
And so instead of 1.1 million reductions, we're looking at 1.9. So if you do the same thing here, you'll have to deal with that. And I'm not going to be here, so I don't, I don't want to use that context. You just need to know that you're, again, kicking the can down the road.
Unless we were to pass a levy that could help?
Sure.
Correct? Okay. Or the state were to change some funding mechanism of some sort, but nothing to be certain of.
That cross-subsidy would help us, right?
Oh, my gosh. We could take one of the levies out. It would reduce taxes.
Mr. Bellingham?
Okay, so there's still 400,000 out there with what's being recommended right now, okay? So second, and I know I'm on finance and Scott, run this through me for me again, please. So out of the 1.5 million in cuts, where does some of the fund balance come into play?
So if you look at this slide that we have there, if you can actually read that or pull it up on your own.
I have it here, yes.
On your own device. So projection for '23, so if you were to cut 1.5 million, so go to the lower part of that chart.
Got it.
All right, you would lose about $400,000. It would reduce the fund balance to 6.3, right below it there, or roughly 10.77%, which is well above the 9.5 board threshold. Okay, if you move up and only cut $100,000, so go straight up from that.
Sorry, $1 million.
Thank you. $1 million. You'd have a fund balance of roughly 5.8 and a percentage of just south of 10, which again is still above the 9.5.
Thank you. So obviously I'm advocating for the $1 million reductions, and I believe, as I said before, we need to use some of this fund balance for levy purposes, whatever, but that's down the road there. So again, and I'm going to preface some questions by first saying this. Oh my, this is difficult. Okay, if you don't think it is, general public, this is gut-wrenching. Okay? As I said before, I don't believe we have an ounce of fat in this district to cut, and yet we're looking at 1.9 million. Okay? So what I hope as board members we do, and as community members we do, is we need to look at the big picture. You need to take the names out of it. You need to take our grandkids, our kids, our neighbors, our relatives out of it and do what's good for the common good. Because otherwise we're going to slide to, that's my neighbor. I've known that person for a lot of years. This is going to impact my grandkids. Guess what? It's going to impact your grandkids and our kids, regardless. I had to say that because in the questions I ask and things I do here, and that's the way I am, I've prided myself, I've always looked at the big picture, and that's what I'm going to go with here. So again, I'm concerned about the interventionists and how that elementary piece gets folded together. And it's hard to do because as board members, we're not to micromanage. We're trusting cabinet, we're trusting leadership, we are. So in asking these questions, I don't want to look like I'm trying to micromanage this piece whatsoever, okay? So I'm concerned about that piece there. Class size is important. And this is very difficult for me to say, but middle school reductions, I'm going to ask Mr. Chair and Mr. Sesker and Cabinet that I think we need to take a look at a different model there. If we would, maybe go back to a 6-period day. I've already had a conversation with Mr. Sage earlier today, just to throw it out, said, I'm going to throw this out there. I don't want anybody to be surprised, whatever, but if this is what, but that would give us numbers. That would give us, what our class size look at, what electives are going to be missed. I think these are all important that we know this and have this information so we can really make a solid decision, not just on numbers and this, but just so we're still doing what's best for our kids here. I'm uncomfortable also with the ALC FOA coordinators in the new principal positions. From what I'm hearing come out of both those programs, there are rock stars right now. ALC, I've never heard so many good things coming out of ALC in many, many years, and thank you for that. And our online academy, I think this is what got us our positive numbers here. I think it was a great idea, and we have great coordinators and facilitators, so I'm uncomfortable with that as well. Same with the workforce development. I'm uncomfortable with everything here, but I know what the bottom line is. Something has to be reduced. We don't have the money for it. So, we talk about opportunities for kids with activities coordinator. Who's going to pick up all these little pieces when plates are full and the stress levels are enough the way it is? So that's my concern. So I'll throw that out there. I would like, that's many of the things, and I think some of the other questions, Mr. Chair, you'll have, and Ms. Cavalier, you'll have as well. So that's what I would just like to say for right now.
I think you guys are all bringing up some great points. Is there a way that you could settle with a class size at the elementary, middle, and high school? Should we have 50 kids in the middle school? I don't know. What's the tolerance of the board? Because that will help us make quality decisions rather than just look at a number and a dollar amount.
Yeah.
Is there something that you can think of as a class size that's reasonable for the elementary school? I'm not thinking so much middle and high school because those can vary quite a bit. But then the other question would be, what are your values on the pathways at the high school? Do you want those pathways? Is that something that we want to keep? Because if you want to keep that, you probably want to think about keeping some of those pathways at the middle school because that's your feeder program for the high school. So those are some education parameters that I don't think you're micromanaging at all. I think we want this feedback, this positive feedback. But those are some good guiding references that we can at least bring back and take a look at to see what those things, how those things will impact you. If you're okay with 10 kids in an elementary classroom, we found out that there's some disadvantages to that. We think that the sweet spot is anywhere between 17 and 24. I think that's pretty good. That's still, I can guarantee you that's in the lower half of the big 9 for elementary class sizes. So we're not making it because we want to cut more here and more there. We're trying to make logical, educational decisions. If we can cover the standards, which is the way we have to go, I've been saying this for many years, let's get rid of the silos, get rid of the silos. And here's an example of, hey, we can get rid of the silos by teaching the standards by doing this. That to me makes more educational progress sense than what we've done for the last 80 years. And also the interventionists are important. But again, I don't want somebody that's in a school building that has 3 or 4 different preps, and I'm not saying that this is happening, but I do get pressure from other classroom teachers that have been cut that are looking at people and pointing to them and saying, why are they having prep when I'm teaching full-time with 27 kids? It doesn't make any sense. So that's what I'm trying to say, is that if we can get some good, what you would envision this school district to be, and still be strong, then we can make some of those adjustments. My 2 cents worth, I think the administrative cuts are devastating. But we'll have to live with them. And if you're going to go out for an operating levy next fall, I think that the community is going to have to see some of that pain too and rationalize why in the world is the school district making reductions at this point, or trying to pass an operating levy for more money at this point. I mean, I can't, it's really difficult, whoops. It's really difficult, like you said, John, to go through some of these processes, but I'm just trying to give you some advice on what could help us out. Because if I go through the list, we cut zero. We're zero. Now you're at 1.9, now you're in SOD in 2 years, and now the state takes over. And that's, nobody wants to go there. You just don't want to go there, so.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I see Mrs. Lewis and Mr. Peck back there. They're elementary principals. So, elementary teacher, retired, whatever here. There's a difference with primary, the younger grades, and the upper grades, correct, as far as class size of what you would recommend. So I'm looking at the experts again. If you're looking for a number, I would assume in the primary, 20 to 22, kindergarten teachers, don't send me emails with the 22, whatever they're. And 4 and 5, 3, 4, 5 is 25 to 27, 28. Okay.
Yeah, what was proposed on that slide is manageable.
If you add one teacher back to Lincoln.
Right, that Lincoln
Yes.
number is.
And at the middle school, I know that depends upon class.
Yeah.
Mr. Sage?
I mean, ideally, I don't want them to go above 30. When we look at dropping sections in each grade level, just with our ESSER reductions, the 2.0 FTE, that goes from 9 sections to 8 in both our 6th grade and our 7th grade. We drop any more sections and we get above 30 pretty quick. I'm concerned just about the physical space in the classroom too, literally putting 34 of these kids in a room. Do I need to repeat that?
Yes, go ahead.
No, I
No,
think we
we
all
got it.
agree that
We got
34
it.
is too many.
Yeah, so the classes coming up at the middle school, our incoming 6th grade class is significantly lower than our current 7th and 8th grade class. But our current 8th grade class is still quite high. So as we reduce sections per grade level, that number's going to get high quick.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to get numbers here.
Keep going, keep going, yeah.
Okay. So, then Mr. Benty, your opinion at the high school numbers, size? Mr. Sesker, Ms. Corcoran, are we giving you guys some numbers to,
Yeah,
Okay.
for the middle and high school.
or elementary as well, too? So, I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Benty.
go ahead.
Yeah, so with the teacher reductions that we have on there, it's going to bump a lot of our core classes up into the lower 30s. We're hoping that it's not going to cut into any of our pathway programming, but it might, especially if we have classes that fall too small. We might have to just say we're not going to run that class. But I do believe with the reductions that we've put in there that it is manageable to still be able to run solid comprehensive programming along our pathways in our 7-period day at the high school.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I don't think so.
Ms. Cavalier?
I've already asked a lot of questions. I'm cognizant of the time. I think Mr. Bellingham has represented quite a few of my thoughts. I was surprised that the ALC move to the high school wasn't listed on here as a possible collapse. I know that caused a lot of consternation last year. But I am curious about closing that building and closing McKinley, and I realize that doesn't add up to a lot of costs. So that's on my mind. I don't think cutting the student success coordinator makes sense. I don't really like the idea of merging growing programs into one principal position. That's pretty hard for me. But I also don't really believe that administrative adjustments will move the dial on the community in terms of supporting a levy in the future. I think I agree, I think when I see elementary numbers of 25 or higher, that starts to give me pause. Hearing Mr. Sage say middle school, Mr. Sage and Mr. Benty say classes could go over 30 at the middle school, I don't think we should be running schools with classes over 30. I'm having a hard time with this. I'm having a hard time with the cutting a .4 orchestra. That doesn't seem like it adds up to enough that makes sense to be that kind of gutted cut. I do see that the reconfiguration of the elementary schools results in four FTE from the elementary schools, which is more than what is listed in the elementary adjustments, right?
Actually, they're the same. So we had the same adjustments that we made budget-wise, and we put those class sizes for both of them. So those are the same cuts in that configuration as they are in the traditional classroom.
Superintendent Setsker, the difference would be really not a cost savings, but more of a, if you will, equitable classroom across all three buildings.
And efficiencies, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I don't understand. It only says 2.0 FTE on the traditional model, and up in the reconfiguration, it looks like there's 4 positions that would be.
So so you have to look at it as a whole. There's a reduction in kindergarten, there's 2 adds in first grade, and then there's a reduction in grade 4, and so overall, it nets 0.
Oh, I didn't even understand that there were negative signs in front of the numbers.
It's all right, it's getting late.
And is it safe to say that this is for an example only, that this really isn't on the table for this year? Or is this potentially on the table for this year, knowing our tight window?
I would say, again, it's easy for me to say that you need to go out for a levy of some sort next fall. You just have to, because you can't keep up with the cross-subsidy unless they already resolve that. You just can't. It's really difficult to manage it financially. And then, of course, the inflation hasn't kept up with the dollar amounts with the formula. But regardless, you need to talk about something, if this doesn't pass, what's going to happen? Because you're talking about 1.9 million now, you're going to be, I'll guarantee you, if you don't pass the levy, you're going to have the same conversation next spring whether I'm here or not. Well, I'm not going to be here. So, let's take that out of the formula. Jamie's going to be here. But that could be cause and effect. I would say the same thing for middle school. How serious is this community about keeping those pathways? Because that middle school, moving the career piece down to 6th grade and 7th grade is huge. From the 8th grade curriculum, moving it down so those kids get those choices, and then educating those kids so they have somebody at that level to say, hey, what pathway are you interested in? And the new engineering pathways we're going to be putting in by next fall, construction, engineering, and manufacturing, and the work that South Central has done and the Chamber has done for that, we could have an 8th grader say, hey, I want to be an engineer. Now, instead of taking all the AP courses and some of those others, they'll have to take maybe some automotive courses and do some hands-on and actually know how to turn a screwdriver. So those are things that we're working on for the pathways, and there's a direct link on employability and also college ready by the time these kids get out of there. So another 1.9 is going to jeopardize the pathways, but you also have to understand that the middle school is kind of part of that formula. Sometimes middle school, and I taught middle school for a long time, we're always a missing link in there. We're kind of the mystery of taking care of those wonderful middle school kids we love. But it's a huge, really important part of the whole educational system. So I don't know. You do need to think about that as you're moving forward too. Because another thing I always go in my mind, each year you have a group of students, next year you have a group of students, and don't you want to give them every single opportunity that you can possibly give? Within reason, right? I don't know if you don't cut for a 5-year plan. You don't take and gut everything out of a curriculum, because now you've got 3 or 4 years of kids who are going to miss out some of these things, whereas next year, maybe you keep some of these programs that are great and these kids get that exposure. So it's a tough balance. I do know that these guys and the leadership team that we've been working with will take your suggestions, whether you're emailing me or not. That'd be great. I would also say that if you can give us some solid parameters, that would also help. I mean, it just does. And then we can come back next time around and instead of guessing and trying to figure out what you guys are thinking, then we can be a little bit more exact based on the educational pieces.
I think this was excellent. Like, this is a phenomenal job. So now our job is to get more exact.
Yep.
Ms. Steves, I think you're still with us. We can't see you because we've got the item up on the document, but are you still with us?
Did she sign off?
I'm here for just a short time. My computer's at like 2%, so.
I can't imagine why.
Might pop off. So I think we have an opportunity to be creative. I mean, I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Bellingham, all of his points. I guess I'd like to see the ALC cost savings, moving that to the high school. We had the discussions last spring, I believe. The workforce coordinator, is there any way we could secure some funding through grants or, you know, again, going to our community, just thinking, you know, electives and options that fall through the pathways. Is there a way that we could offer those hybrid styles so they would be delivered to high school students at the middle school? I mean, is that doable? Is that a savings somehow? And the same thing with the interventionalist at the elementary level.
Okay, thank you. If you're still there and you have more precise questions or whatever, please email them to Superintendent Sesker. You may have fallen off, you may not, but that way Superintendent Sesker and team can work on those and share all that information and bring it back for next week. So,
Mr. Chair, before you begin your list, could I ask one more, please?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So, does the list change if we decide on how much we use the fund balance? It does?
Yep.
So there would be maybe a footing foundation here, decide
Yes.
what kind of money are we really talking here? Where are we going with it, right? If we're going to cut $1 million, or we're going to cut 1.5, or we're going to cut 1.9, maybe that needs to be the first thing that's agreed upon, and then we can build off that.
I think that's helpful,
I
yeah.
think I agree with that.
So before we leave tonight, let's try to refine that number a little bit if we can, the best of our ability.
I need to do a check-in here. I have young children at home who are alone, and it's 9:17 p.m. So I kind of just need to say out loud that I really can't stay much longer.
We'll get through this quickly. I'll ask a few questions.
Thank you.
We'll hopefully get some guidance to Superintendent Sesker and the rest of the team, and then we'll move on to the student survey, and then, okay? So just a few questions. It's really not that many. And I do have my green highlighter here so that I can identify what I've asked. First off, the reallocation of 62% of the mental health coordinator, can that be done yet this year in any retroactive way, or no?
No.
Okay.
It requires me to do it when I apply for my federal funds in July, so I can only do it in July for next year.
So is there something new that we can apply next year, or?
No, if I apply, I'm allowed to use up to 15% of my federal funds to work, it's similar to ADSIS, to work with general ed kids to hopefully prevent them from being referred to special education. A lot of the description of that is the same description that our mental health coordinator has in her job description. So I feel comfortable doing that, but also federal funds is a bucket of money that it disappears too.
Okay.
So if we get money from the state, I'd prefer to use money from the state.
Okay, no, thank you, I appreciate it. Next question or comment is, I'm just on a personal level, I really struggle with the cutting of the workforce development coordinator with all that we have going on with the 7-period day, the chamber, the business community. I think that position is really important, as are all of these, don't get me wrong. And I also think that the dissolving of the student success coordinator is really, really difficult. When I look at one of our 5 core strategies is centered around equity, and that person is very heavily involved in the director, the champion of that. So very difficult there, just on a personal level. For all of you sitting in the audience and at home, I mean, this is difficult. My hands are up here literally sweating on this table, and we're not even voting on anything. To say this sucks, this sucks. There's no other way to put it. Superintendent Sesker and building leadership or finance people, around the literacy coaches, one of the things that stuck out in Mr. Bente's superintendent interview, if you will, was focusing on those youngsters and really trying to get them up to grade level. It's more cost effective at a younger level. I think all of you would probably agree. Once again, I'm the dumbest person in the room when it comes to this education stuff. And I will openly admit that. You guys are the experts. Can you tell us, and it doesn't have to be tonight, but why literacy coaches versus, why interventionists instead of literacy coaches? And maybe that's a funding issue, maybe not. Maybe it's a job description issue. However, I believe those interventionists are the ones going one-on-one with those students that truly need the help. And I'm not trying to pick on anyone. I just, that's a 6 of one, half does the other. You can get back to us in email. I want to be cognizant of Ms. Cavalier's
tell you real
time.
quickly, Chad, on that
Okay.
one.
It is funding.
It's funding.
It is funding. Our literacy coaches are funded through grant dollars, and we cannot supplant that with any other cost.
And our interventionists are all general fund, no grant dollars or ADSIS or any of that stuff?
They are title and ADSIS funded. Those are more flexible funding sources, so we can reallocate some general fund expenses into those 2 buckets, unlike the CLSD grant, which is where the literacy coaches come from.
Okay, thank you. I asked that, so thank you. Regarding these administrative adjustments, and I've already spoken to both Principal Sage and Principal Lewis to let them know, I'm not picking on them or their buildings. But granted, these are ESSER dollars, if you will, that we created a position for a dean of students at the middle school, and we created a dean of students at Jefferson Elementary that we have yet to fulfill or fill, and I don't believe we are yet this year, because the person hired to do that position from within the district, we could not find a replacement for him in his current role. I believe that's the case?
That's correct.
So I don't know, once again, though, that's ESSER funding, but I don't know if any of those ESSER funds, if we did put those 2 positions on the table, very difficult conversation, but it's real, would that help save any of these positions for another year or not? I don't know.
Yeah, well, technically, it would. You just have to be careful that that's creating a larger gap for you to address when you get down to the road a little ways. We really have the grant already allocated towards ESSER. So if you offset, let's say you offset 3 staff members with ESSER dollars so that they can stay on board, the next year, those 3 staff members will have to go because now they're ESSER dollars. They'll have to disappear. It's a short-term solution.
It's a Band-Aid.
It's a Band-Aid, yep.
Now, if we can pass a levy to help with this, the Band-Aid worked.
Yep.
Right? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Okay, thank you for that. You know, we talk about the 7-period day at the high school, and I want to be very protective of that. We have a levy specifically for that. We have people that really, really worked hard for that. That's an important piece. Do we have, once again, you can supply this with email to the entire board or whatever, do we have classes at the middle school or high school where you pick a number, whether it's 15 people or a dozen people, or I don't know what that magic number is, that is not a core pathway class or a core class, and it's below that number? And once again, I don't understand, if you cut one class of one sort, what does that really do to an FTE? I have no idea. That's for you to figure out. But I asked that question because we had a home basketball tournament this past weekend, and there were plenty of parents there, and there were plenty of staff members there talking about some of this. And just some of the conversation just kind of goes this way and goes that way. And it's, well, you know, there's one class here that's only got this many people. I'm just relaying it and just simply asking the question. So any follow-up on that would be wonderful. Is there any potential, I know PSCO, it's something we're proud of, we're excited to share with our students and whatnot. Is there any cost avoidance there that can be done by teaching any of that internally versus outsourcing it? Mr. Venti shaking his head no, so I think we can take that off the table. Ms. Corcoran's saying no. Okay, easy enough.
I like those questions.
Yeah, it was easy.
And I just want to mention on this one, I get it, small dollars add up, right? There's a famous saying that small leaks sink great ships. And so I get it, these small dollars add up, but I see one on here, administrative adjustments, and maybe I'm a little biased to this, and I respect Mr. Bellingham's thoughts and comments. I won't have a student in middle school anymore after this year. But I see on here, dissolved middle school activities coordinator for $11,800. Quite frankly, that's a drop in the bucket when you're talking $1 million plus. I know for a fact that our middle school activities coordinator here recruits kids day in and day out in the hallway and in the cafeteria. And I would be willing to bet my house that if we don't have that position, our middle school activity numbers drop by a third or more. We struggle to field teams today. We struggle to get kids of color involved in activities today, and I really struggle with that. I won't be coaching 8th grade middle school basketball next year. I am this year. It's been an absolute unbelievable 2 months, but I think I just want to point that out, that those numbers will drop, I think, dramatically if we don't have somebody in that position. So with that, I've said my piece. I've asked my questions. Let's try to gather into a number, if you will, a little better than 1.5 or 1 million. Is that fair enough?
Sure.
Is that fair enough? Okay, throw something out, somebody. Ms. Cavalier, we got to go sooner than later. Throw something out.
Now that I'm seeing the I'm the one who asked for I'm the one who led the asking for the $1.5 million in cuts. Now that I'm seeing the $1.5 million in cuts, I feel comfortable coming down closer to the $1 million in cuts than insisting on staying at $1.5 million worth of cuts. I would really love to see I'll just leave it at that instead of complicating things. But I think now would like to move towards the $1 million cut. So you want me to actually make up a number?
No, that's fair enough for now.
Okay.
Mr. Olson, would you be comfortable agreeing with something closer to that 1 million?
Probably like 1.2 million.
Okay. Mr. Bellingham?
As I said before in the last meeting, I would like to go down to 9.5% within the fund balance, whatever that has. I think all the costs justify that. Remember, that's a board policy. I know finance people go gasp when we get, poor Scott, he's kind of, good thing you got a mask on, right? You're going to go Andrew's hitting me in the back of the head here somewhere, but I guess, and I know there could be costs or asks next fall with people maybe need 1 or 2 hires, but that's where I want to be. I want to be at the 9.5 and obviously levy talk and things like that. So that's where I'm at. So maybe even a little more than from the fund balance, even less than $1 million, I guess. So.
Okay, and I would, Ms. Steves, are you still on, or did the phone die? Or the computer die? Well, okay, we think the power went out. I would support somewhere in that $1 million, too, and Mr. Bellingham, I think, for me, the conservative piece of, I've been on this board, this is my 8th year, and every single year we get throughout the course of the year really, really valid requests or needs to hire a staff person, and I don't want to make it so tight that we can't have a little bit of flexibility. The other thing is just because we budget numbers on enrollment, we're never spot on. Sometimes we're a little above, sometimes we're a little bit below, and that gives us a little bit of cushion. So I'm totally comfortable in that $1 million to $1.2 million. Comfortable is the wrong word. I'm supportive of something in that range, and so, just general consensus here, the 4 of us, is that safe to say?
Yes, for me.
Okay. And maybe you throw something on there, it's a little less, and we can still see that picture, but yeah, so.
Yeah, so we'll probably start at 1.2 and then see where you guys go from there as you go down, okay? Knowing that you do have some flexibility to make a decision if you want to go lower than that with the board.
And once again, board members, if you have specific questions or thoughts, please send them over to Superintendent Sesker sooner than later. To send them on Saturday doesn't give us a whole lot of time for Monday, as there's a weekend in there. So please, if you've got them, send them tomorrow or the next day sooner than possible so that the entire team can work collectively on it.
Can I just,
I
go
know
ahead.
it's just one asking me, but could we see a scenario of 9.5?
Yeah.
Their fund balance?
Yep, that's fine.
I think that's, for me, that's important.
Yeah, so we'll put two
I would
columns.
say, John, do the reverse math.
We will.
Basically,
Yeah.
9 point, then come up with the figure, right?
Yep, yep.
Yes, whatever
Send it
money,
down to reverse.
that's correct, Richard, that's where I'm headed. If I'm not being explaining that well, but.
We got it. No, I understand. Yep,
Okay.
we got it. Yeah.
Okay.
I do want to emphasize the dates. We have to have this done by March 7th.
Yep.
All right, just so you keep in mind. So I know that there's going to be some difficult decisions, but eventually you got to make the decision.
So we're going to get to it. We do not have the February 28th next Monday posted. We need to get that posted.
We need a motion for that.
Okay, we'll get that. That'll be later. Okay, that was the discussion. The next item on here is, if you remember right, 4 hours ago, we flip-flopped item 13 and 14. And so item 13 on here is the student survey, and this is discussion only. Superintendent Sesker, would you like to lead us off in this? We certainly heard from community members that are not in favor of it. We've heard from community members why they're in favor of it. I'll turn it over to you to start.
Yeah, I don't know if you want more time to discuss this. It's getting kind of late. That's the only thing I had. But I hate to keep, these people have been waiting for a long time to hear this discussion. The advantages that we have from the student survey are pretty evident with the proactive ways that we try to address a lot of these different issues for that. I can understand what the parents' concerns are too with some of these things. When I boil it down to it is optional, and it is something that kids can take a look at and skip a question if they want to. The bigger concern would be how do we tell parents that? How do we get that communication out there that these tests are optional? I know that we do it, but I don't know how well we do it and how we assure ourselves that each parent is seeing this document saying that the kids have an option for either taking it or not taking it. So I'll tee it up with that. It is a test. It is optional for the district to offer this test for kids, but I will say that it does help tremendously a lot of the programs that we have, particularly with our mental health, chemical health, suicide prevention, a lot of those different programs that are pretty important that we think actually help kids and they don't hurt kids.
Superintendent Sesker, I can only speak to this as I have an 8th grader, and an 8th grader is one of the students that had the option to take the test. I did, or my wife or us as a family did receive documentation in the mail, or sent home or whatever, but in the mail, and it clearly states on there that Minnesota Student Survey, blah, 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 and this is optional, not required. You can opt out. The question is optional, blah, blah, blah. So I just want to speak from that point of view. Ms. Cavalier, I believe you have 5th grade sons?
I can tell you that my 5th graders came home with a letter. They announced that they were coming home with the letter, so they knew to tell me about the letter. And yeah, very clear, letter came home. And letter also came home on Seesaw. Letter came home on Seesaw, and the kids came home telling me to look at the letter. So your teachers did a good job making sure that my family was notified about the survey.
That's just on the awareness piece, notification piece, if you will. Mr. Olson, you have some thoughts or comments?
Yeah, because I was one that asked to have this on the agenda. That personally, I think I'm very upset with it. I got the letter and my grandson, but, yeah, you got a letter, but what was on the survey? People didn't know, like, any survey, kind of harmless. This is not harmless. Question number 9, and I won't take the Courtney has to get to her boys. What was your sex assigned at birth? What was? What is? Why is this on the, it doesn't promote anything. what's your gender identity? Why are they asking that? And a person's appearance, describe your sexual orientation. Why are kids asking it? And this is actually going on the middle school, I think. This is inappropriate. Yes, most of the survey's okay, you know, how you feel, whatever, but this, now, I don't know, I think a district should opt out of this unless it changes, unless we change the questions, have our own, take this and, you know, to the board approval. And I don't know if this even went for board approval.
It doesn't go for board approval.
Well,
the
it
district
should.
says. Yeah.
It should. It should go for board approval. Each question, vote on it.
Yeah, well, that, you have a difference of opinion, and you're entitled to that, which I respect. But I think this is part of those decisions that we make based on a lot of great data that were given by our health community, our county, a lot of people that have a vested interest in trying to help kids. And I would say that if you really want this mental health, social, emotional piece in your plan, this is a pretty big element as a part of that plan. If you're not concerned about social emotional health with our kids, if you're not concerned about suicide, if you're not concerned about how kids feel about alcohol and drugs, those tie directly into, those questions that you just read, tie directly into some of those issues. And now, again, number one, it's anonymous. So nobody knows who's saying this. It's data that's given to our folks within the community and within the state of Minnesota to evaluate if we've made any progress with it or not. So that's the intent of it. The district can certainly say by motion and tell the superintendent, you can make a motion, Mr. Olson, and say, hey, I make a motion not to do the student survey. And then I have to abide by that. And then we can't do the student survey. So that's how that would work.
Because we had a certain population here really objecting to this because of their culture. And they're a large part of our community because they don't believe it. And this is, when I got a copy of this, I was really offended as a board member. This has no place in our district at all.
Are you advocating for higher teenage suicides?
No.
That's what it sounds like.
No.
Are you advocating for more chemical abuse?
You can ask about alcohol and tobacco, but
You don't want to do any
sexual
preventative?
orientation.
I better not get into debate. We can have this discussion. We don't need to get into debate. We can talk about the pros and cons of these different things, but you just have to know that there are advantages of doing the student survey. There are advantages of doing that. Are there concerns? I recognize that. But you also have to recognize that there are some advantages of implementing the student survey.
And this is taking away teacher-student time, then you're doing this, all of a sudden, a student circles, whatever, but if it's all of a sudden another student walks by and looks at it, all of a sudden, it's not private. I mean, that kind of minute detail, all of a sudden, this person, yes, okay, I'm this, but I want to keep it quiet. All of a sudden, they see somebody circle sometimes. You know, these classes are, desks are closed. I mean, this is too much of a chance.
I can chime in here. I think it's incredibly important for schools to have the pulse of their students in the community. If we don't know that kids are vaping at higher percentages and higher frequency than they were 5 years ago, we don't know to respond to vaping concerns. If we don't know that a higher percentage of kids are identifying as gay or bisexual and are not comfortable, have anywhere else to go, we don't know how, or even if that's happening in our schools, to support those kids. Listen, I don't know what else to say, except I think this is my 25th year working with teenagers in schools, and I have had kids
There are many, many, many times where kids are not ready to work on something or process something with their families, and that doesn't mean that they're not suffering in the meantime. There are many, many times where schools have to address smoking, drinking, drug addiction, pregnancy, suicide, mental health, child abuse. And if we don't have a sense of the patterns of the things our kids are going through, we don't have any way of addressing those. And as we heard from some of the speakers today, it's not just the teachers in the schools, it's our whole county, it's our whole social services network. It's how the state is going to look at data and know how to allocate funding on issues that we're having. It's how we're going to be able to talk about the fact that there are problems with teenagers or problems with children that they need support with. I mean, this is how you collect this kind of information. Every kid can opt out of any question. Every family can opt out if they want to opt out. But I wouldn't recommend encouraging your kid to opt out. High schoolers know the words transgender. This is not the first time they've been exposed to it. There's violence in our movies. There's awful language in like music and videos and the stuff they watch on TikTok. This is not going to expose them to the difficult things in life. This isn't where they're seeing it for the first time. And so this is so important to the work we do. If there's a motion that comes, like I hope the school district continues to do this as they've been doing it in the state of Minnesota since 1989, I believe we learned today. This is hard. Talking about these kinds of issues with our children is so hard. It's so hard for families. It's so hard to watch your kids grow up. But the reality is they are growing up, and they do have to go live in a world. And the stuff is already happening in 5th grade and 6th grade and 7th grade and 8th grade. And when you work in schools for 25 years, you know that is a fact.
Thank you, Ms. Kevler. Mr. Bellingham, thoughts?
So I want to bring it back to kind of ground zero here. So my understanding is notice has gone out. But the survey has not been taken yet.
5th grade, I think.
I believe it started today. I think it's today and tomorrow. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
My sons already did the survey.
I thought it was the 22nd and 23rd.
Yep, 5th grade's done.
Middle school and high school have started.
If you want to bring Katie and Janet up, I think they're kind of the experts. They can probably answer the questions a lot better than I. I don't want to put you guys on the spot, but if you're comfortable, I mean.
I guess, Mr. Sesker, my only question would be, or my thinking would be, so from what we've heard tonight and et cetera, would it help to have another reach to our parents and what it's saying, this survey is going out, here are your options. You may opt out, da-da-da-da. There might be questions on here. Go look at this survey on this before taking that. That's just my only thought. But so I didn't know what, that's where I'm at. That's my suggestion in the discussion to wrap this up there, Mr. Chair.
Real quick, does anybody want to step forward and talk about the importance of what this data gives you as a baseline for our district? Is there anybody? Janet, would you like to? Or yeah.
I can just tell you as the mental health coordinator when I arrived, the only information that I was able to get that I still have to understand the mental health of our students is from the last time we did this survey, which was 2019, which as we all know was pre-pandemic. So we are waiting on a daily basis for the students to take this survey so that we can find out truly what impact the pandemic has had on the mental health of our students, along with the chemical health, along with all of the other things that the survey does. But I can just tell you from a mental health perspective only, if we don't get the information, we don't have any idea what kind of impact the pandemic has had on the mental health of our students. This is where we'll get that information. So just from that one data point alone, it is absolutely critical for one of the 5 strategic goals of the district, which is to ensure the mental health and safety of our students.
Thank you. Mr. Bellingham, I kind of second your thoughts. It seems to me that there's some happy middle of the ground medium here. I don't know exactly what that is, but without question, some people can read this and feel very uncomfortable. How do we do a better job of educating our entire district and their families and the community that this type of survey is out there from the state? How do we do a better job of are they able to pre-see the survey so that families know what's in there, and they can have that discussion with their students, and they can make that decision, if you will, with their students if they want to take this or if they want to opt out. There's no doubt that there's valuable information that comes from this that we react to and we base our decisions off of. I think there's got to be some happy medium. As Mr. Olson said, without question, there's a contingency here. I got to be honest with you. We've never had, even when we talked about these, we've never had this many people here at a school board meeting overflowing this, right? And so it's a real conversation. How do we better educate people about this? How do we give feedback to the state of Minnesota that if there's a large contingency, that doesn't like some of these questions, that we give them feedback? Superintendent Sesker, I have to ask one question. Is there any because this came up tonight, is there any funding that our district actually receives for taking this specific survey, to your knowledge?
No, I think we pay them just because of staff time. I mean, we have staff that supervises a test, so we actually pay, I guess, but it's pretty minimal. It's part of their curriculum. So, I mean, Katie, do you want to help out with this a little bit?
I would just say that the notification process for families is really laid out by the state of what's required. And so we did ensure that those letters went out at least 2 weeks in advance, and we also had it translated in Somali and in Spanish. And that's provided by the state. In that notification, it does say that you can request a copy, which is how I believe Mr. Olson got his copy of it. I emailed back many parents with a copy of the survey, anybody who asked for it, and really if you dig far enough in the internet, you can find it anyways. But I think we can talk, though, about the next time that this is administered. How do we prepare our liaison folks who are within the community and have these conversations on a regular basis? How can we ensure that the accurate information is being shared in those conversations?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Olson, real quick. I guess my strong suggestion would be the next time this goes around that we don't just put in there that you can request this. I guess my strong suggestion would be, here is the survey, and here are the questions, and we be as upfront and forthright as possible. And I'm not saying we weren't this time. Don't get me wrong. We are following the state requirements. At the same token, when there's requirements, there might be a baseline, and we can maybe do more.
I can't agree with you on that,
No? Okay.
Mr. Wolf. I'm really sorry, but that impacts a child's ability to interact with this survey as a human being who has agency and should be able to take a survey without their parents previewing every single question. And if there are parents who really are concerned at that level, then those parents should ask for it. But otherwise, a 16-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 14-year-old, and I would say even my 10-year-old, I'd like them to be able to have the agency to engage with this without me telling them ahead of time, you cannot answer this question. And I don't want to have to read the survey ahead of time. I trust in the school district. I trust in this kind of work. I trust in this kind of process. And this is an opt-out. That is the system for surveys like this, and families can opt out. I don't think we need to go over and above, but we can talk about that next 2 years. Well, maybe you and I won't be here to talk about it in 2 years, but I just have to say I think that would impact the whole point of collecting survey data that's anonymous.
And it may
And
not.
children won't feel comfortable talking about their own mental health issues, or it's things they might not be ready to talk to but their parents about, but aren't safe, or they need help. And again, it's anonymous, but we're looking for those trends.
Nope, that's
School
fair.
climate is so important. And if we don't know that kids are dealing with, I think we have rising eating disorders right now, and if we don't have patterns to show us that, then we can't respond.
Mr. Olson, you were going to say something?
Again, I totally disagree with Courtney. Again, too bad a survey like this isn't sent home. I mean, it should be with the child and the parent. I think, was it 5th, 8th, and 11th grade? I don't think some of these questions are fit, but, right? some of these objectionable things?
No, there's 3 different versions of the survey.
Okay.
Yes.
But I think the parent should sit beside their student, talk about it, then they bring it back in, no names on it. And somehow make it secure, put it in a box in a school, but then you'll get your survey, but again, the parents would just say, no, I'm not gonna do it, then they return that in.
Then I would say we don't do the survey.
I would agree with Courtney, then we don't do the survey.
Participated
I think we just make a motion, say Faribault Public Schools don't do the survey because you're not getting the true input from the kids if you're gonna do it that
Well,
way.
I think that's a decision for the,
Yep, that is, yep. It's
Yep.
kind of too late now, but I think that you do need to consider that when you're going
Yeah.
in the future. I do agree with one thing, though, that a couple, both you and Richard, I do agree that we do have to do a better job of somehow getting the message out that this is a student survey to parents. Because you're right, there shouldn't have been this many people having those questions about what this all is. So there has to be some sort of compromise in there, and I do agree with both of you on that piece, that we do have to educate parents a little bit better. Okay?
anything else?
Mr. Sesker, I don't mean to be difficult, but I think someone spread a message to encourage people to come tonight.
Well, then we have, then we have to be a little bit more collaborative as
Sure,
a
right, exactly.
district, somehow making sure that we're all speaking with the same voice. Yeah, I don't disagree.
Mr. Bellingham,
And
you
Mr.
have other
I'm going to try and wrap this up, but it's good to know, to realize here that it's on Board Book now, or it's on our website,
Yeah, everybody
whatever.
can look at it.
And so fifth graders are not asked those questions there. If you look at, I read through this since last week, but level one's different, level two's different. So fifth graders, eighth graders, and juniors are all different there. So that's just a point of reference there. But good discussion, and so there's really no way to re-inform parents as we're already in the process. Okay, so that's what was my thought there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This brings us to item now 14, other items of information. We'll wrap this up quickly. Item 14A, other school board members. Comments, anything to share? Mr. Olson? Mr. Bellingham?
No.
Ms. Cavalier?
No, I just express sadness at the passing of our congressman this past week. Just want to make, since we're a elected board, just maybe say that out loud. So wish his family the best, of course.
Okay, I just have 3 things. One, we're going to be seeing and pushing out sooner than later a new initiative out of the Faribault, well, I don't want to say it's necessarily Faribault Public Schools, but it certainly came from the Mental Health Committee that collaborates with the several partners in the community, and it's a social media or it doesn't have to be social media, but it's a pledge, if you will, every connection counts. And there's been a whole lot of work and a whole lot of thought that has gone into it, and basically it's, if you would, take the pledge, reach out to 3 people you haven't spoken to in some time, and just check in and see how they're doing. It ties into mental health, it ties into some tragedies, and so anyway, it's a great thing. The second thing is, as I mentioned before, I'm fortunate enough to coach our 8th grade middle school basketball team, boys basketball team, and last Wednesday, 26 of us went to eat at a Somali restaurant downtown Medina, and we had an unbelievable time, and we have a very diverse basketball team, and it was just a fabulous experience for all of us. And so I just want to say that. And I don't know if Kane is still on or not, but also the Faribault Boys Basketball Association this weekend hosted a 2-day tournament at the high school, and I just want to say thank you to the district, and really hats off to the custodial staff at the high school. They do a tremendous job helping make sure everything goes smoothly. And Kane, if you're on, I sure hope this message gets to you and the staff up there. So that's all I have. Superintendent Sesker?
Yeah, I'll be brief too. I also had a great experience, our middle school ski trip. I see Joe has left. Joe Sage is on there, Casey is on there too, and a bunch of other, Casey's back there still. But we had a great time having about 50 middle schoolers learning how to ski. And some were obviously a little bit more advanced than others, and it was fun. Also attended the state dance tournament last weekend. Girls did great. Didn't place in the top 6, but they had a great year, and they really did a nice comeback making it to the state tournament. I know that section wrestling, I'm probably stealing some of Thomas's thunder. I see Thomas is gone too. But our section wrestling,
Thank you, Laura.
they got second place. And then a big congratulations to Lauren McDonough for placing for gymnastics last week. And so a lot of great things happening, not just academically, but also within our activities programs too.
Thank you. Anything else?
Nope.
This brings us to item 15, dates to remember. We do need to make a motion to add February 28th. Do we really need a motion to make it as a, it's just a work session?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We can just post it.
Okay, you'll post it. So I'm going to add that on here, though. February 28th, 2022 will be a newly created work session. March 1st, 2022 is a policy meeting. March 7th, 2022 is another work session. And we will likely have a special board meeting
Yes, before.
that night. Should we approve that now?
That would be good to approve that one. Have a special meeting March 7th.
But we don't need an action item. We can just post that, right?
Same thing.
Yep, okay.
Okay.
So we will have a special board meeting on March 7th, followed by a work session.
Same time start though, right?
Same time start, 5:30. The work session will follow, 5-10 minutes afterwards. March 21st, 2022 is a finance meeting, and March 28th, 2022 is the next regular board meeting, if you will. Okay, that leads us to item 16, adjournment. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second?
Before we leave, I just want to thank all of you that have stayed here for better part of 4.5 hours. Just thank you for being engaged and attentive and helping us out, and to anybody online as well. So I guess we need a roll call, Mr. Bellingham.
Okay. John Bellingham, aye. Courtney Cavalier.
Aye.
Richard Olson. Cassie Steves. 2% went up. Chad Wolf.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
4-0. We are adjourned. Thank you. Have a good night.